Our partners, thank you for the presence. I'm Daniela Mayer, and I have on stage the president of MAIP, the co-organizer of this event, Gheorghe Shaghize. Good morning.
Your Excellencies, the President of Romanian Senate, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă, the President of Moldovan Parliament, Mr. Igor Grosu, the Prime Minister of Romania, Mr. Marcel Ciolacu, the Prime Minister of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean, along with the Honorable Governor of National Bank of Moldova, Ms. Anca Dragu, the President of Romanian Financial Supervision Authority, Mr. Alexandru Petrescu, the President of Moldova National Commission for Financial Markets, Mr. Dumitriu Budiansky, and our host, the President of Bucharest Stock Exchange, Mr. Radu Hanga, and many more distinguished panelists, the local investment and business communities, the international investment community, whether here or watching us online, media, ladies and gentlemen, bună ziua. I'm honored to represent the organizers' team today and extend a warm welcome to each of you to the second edition of Moldova-Romanian Capital Bridges. The event symbolizes the strengthening economic and financial ties between Moldova and Romania, and we hope it will act as the catalyst for many capital market initiatives between the two countries. Thank you all for being here today. Your presence and insights transform this event into a significant milestone in the journey of the two countries towards closer cooperation and prosperity. Thank you again.
Mulțumim foarte mult. Îl invităm
Thank you. Now, for the opening of this event, so there will be several speeches. The first guest is the President of the Romanian Senate, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă. Good morning. Good morning, President of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Prime Minister of Romania, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Director of the Stock Exchange, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I come back with great pleasure in the second edition of this event, and I appreciate that the organization of this forum of cooperation and interconnection of the capital markets in Romania and the Republic of Moldova represent for both countries. I say this because we can see all that from the first event up to today, many changes have taken place in the context of the current economic and security context. And our duty is to look realistically and to be able to anticipate so as to cope with all challenges and threats. The security crisis generated by the aggression of the Russian Federation in Ukraine obliged us to reassess the external threats and to think medium and long-term strategies. On the other hand, in these complicated days, we have the duty to remain optimistic and to generate trust and safety. I appreciate that in the last 2 years Strong ties have been established between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. There have been joint activities on both sides of Prut, and political activities. And from the level of the political leadership, there have been signals that encouraged the economic environment, and today, together, we can conceive the way we can strengthen this economic partnership and to consolidate the interconnection of the capital markets. Moreover, some time ago there was in Bucharest the Congress of the European People's Party, and we had the possibility of meeting and interact with all leaders that are part of this European family. It is the strongest European political family, and we use this occasion to continue to be supporters and to promote the need for support that the Republic of Moldova needs, both political and economic support. In fact, there are not just words. In the final manifest, there was a lot of reference regarding the vision of a strong and competitive Europe that promotes its citizens. At the same time, we talked about Europe that invests in defense, because this is one of the main concerns of us all. In fact, in this vision of a new Europe, we have to find ourselves again together, us and the Republic of Moldova. Our commitment towards the Republic of Moldova is very clear. We supported and support with all our decisions the European agenda of the Republic of Moldova, talking about obtaining the status of candidate country, and of course the opening of the accession negotiations. Recently I went to Chișinău and I discussed with Prime Minister Ciolacu, because we cannot speak just about the political commitments without being backed by the governmental support in order for the measures to materialize. We had meetings with President Igor Grosu and Prime Minister. Everything went in the direction in which Romania commits to, and committed and will commit unconditional to support the European path of the Republic of Moldova. I think it's important, since we're talking about a forum hosted by the Stock Exchange, to underline that in 10 years after the signature of the agreement with the EU, the Republic of Moldova benefited from the contribution of Romania and became the first commercial partner of the Republic of Moldova. And here we can speak about the increase of commercial or trade exchanges from 1 billion euro in 2014 to 3 billion euro in 2024. At the same time, Romania became the main investor in the Republic of Moldova. The amount of investments was for 400 million euro. All these figures have been doubled by the measures we took when it was necessary in the field of energy, better interconnection of the energy grids. If we talk about power grid energy, electric energy or gas. We understood very well the need of the Republic of Moldova. There was a good reaction in both governments, and today we can speak about this interconnection. On the other hand, it's important to underline that Romania became also the main export market for the Republic of Moldova. The export of goods from the Republic of Moldova to Romania reached 31.6%. At the same time, we took the decision and we coordinated with the government of Moldova regarding the granting of the support dedicated of 100 million euro, and I know that right now Prime Minister Ciolacu, together with Prime Minister Recean, are discussing and coordinate regarding the projects that are financed in the Republic of Moldova from this money. Like I said in Chișinău, and I say it here again, Romania will continue to support and to speak about the European values, and in fact it's very simple. The EU means stability and development. The Republic of Moldova needs stability and development. Until now, I hope I'm not wrong, the Republic of Moldova received a support of about 1.2 billion euro from the EU, from the European Investment Bank, and from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Therefore, of course, the money is not enough to be able to solve all the matters that the Republic of Moldova has, but I'm sure that after the opening of the accession negotiations and all this pre-accession endeavor, this will be a support and a commitment of the government of the Republic of Moldova in order to fulfill this purpose, this target, and it is also our wish that finally we will find ourselves together, the Republic of Romania and the Republic of Moldova, within the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that this forum includes important discussions about the investment opportunities from the perspective of the business environment, the banking sector of the Republic of Moldova, as well as reforms and concrete measures. In order to put them to use, they need a political and stable political framework and political commitment. I believe that the presence of the two leaders, President of the Parliament and the Prime Minister of the Moldovan government, means exactly this political commitment for these reforms that are necessary in the Republic of Moldova. This commitment in Bucharest means to continue the European path of development, and this is the big stake of 2024. Usually we don't politicize this kind of events. Now we have the business environment. The National Liberal Party is a party that addresses mainly the business environment, and we committed from our level to support the Romanian business environment and to explain very well the situation, the possibilities, the potential and the business opportunities of the Republic of Moldova in order to materialize all the political endeavors. Moreover, I think it's important, and we discussed about this also in Chișinău. In this context, it's important to put aside political disputes for the good of the citizens and for the business environment, and to bring stability in politics, but especially in the economic life. It is something for which we committed in front of the citizens of Romania, and we would like to respect in the future too. And talking about this stability and this putting aside of the political disputes, I talked about each time I had the opportunity, also in Chișinău. Of course, I'm not an expert in business. I am a career officer in the military, but this offers me the advantage of understanding which is the purpose of the stability and the rules. We committed ourselves to observe the rules and to ensure the stability because they contribute to the development of the society, and I'm sure that as it was perceived at the end of 2022 and 2023, this stability and commitment in observing the rules gave more confidence to investors. I discussed with the director of the Stock Exchange Bucharest, and he told me that you can see on the transactions on the stock exchange the maintaining of the interest for foreign investors, but the increase of interest from the Romanian capital. So these are two pillars that we can rely on when we talk about the relevance, economic relevance of our country, beyond how it is seen at the regional and international level as pivot of security and stability in the region and the EU.
Suntem într-un moment crucial pentru
We are in a crucial moment for democracy, for the world order based on rules, and precisely for the future we want to build for the next generations. I am convinced and I trust that the relation between Romania and Republic of Moldova will continue to strengthen, and with this political commitment and economic commitment, we will succeed to build together the path that so far has proved to be enough short from the tempo and to be able to see the dream come true, the one of becoming a full member state of European Union, and we will continue to support politically and technically this path. Thank you, and I wish you good luck in the future.
Vă mulțumim mult, domnule președinte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I invite now the President, the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Igor Grosu.
Bună ziua!
Hello and welcome. In the capital of Romania, dear friends of Republic of Moldova, Speaker Mr. Ciucă, Mr. Prime Minister, Governor, Mrs. Dragu. Dear friends, I am honored to participate at this event. Moreover, in a historical day, 27th of March, when all Romanians on both shores of Prut celebrate 106 years since the union of Basarabia with Romania. Today, together with you, we are celebrating the tight relation between Romania and Republic of Moldova, and the event reuniting all of us here today is another proof. Why am I saying this? Because I see in the room many people who have been together with us in the last 2-3 years and supporting us in the European path. The events in 1918 started from the interests of the majority of population who wanted to live in a state able to ensure security, prosperity and safety for tomorrow. The same thing is what we want nowadays, and we trust that together we can assure a European future for the Republic of Moldova in order to live in a free state, democratic state, existing for the good of its citizens. I have always said, and I insist also today to repeat the historical role of Romania for the European endeavor of Republic of Moldova. Starting the negotiations starts to get a shape and becomes visible, and this is thanks to the Romanian politicians, businessmen who sustained the European European belonging of Republic of Moldova. And this is felt by each person in our villages and towns. We have modernized kindergartens and schools, modernized sewage and households. We are not blackmailed by Kremlin. We have gas and light. We are building bridges, and thank you very much for being here or being with us in good and bad. In the same time, I come to you asking to speak about Republic of Moldova as a country where you can invest. And here you have my openness and of the team from the parliament. In the room we have the Prime Minister Mr. Recean, the governor, Mrs. Dragu, my colleagues who will continue to work together also with the National Bank to support the economic growth for long-term investments and to make more attractive for the Romanian investors and not only Republic of Moldova. I recommend the last article of Mrs. Governor Dragu. Who doesn't invest today in Republic of Moldova will regret in 5-10 years. So why not do this? Let's listen to those who know this field and let's start invest in Republic of Moldova. We don't have time to lose, us and also those who need to adapt the legislation in Moldova to the European one. So those who want to invest in HoReCa, constructions, IT, renewables, and so on. I come with the last request. Investors cross the river Prut. The success and the model of Europe relied on the prosperity created for its citizens. So let's write together the history of Europe. Thank you very much.
Vă mulțumim mult. Îl invit pe scenă.
Thank you very much. I invite on the stage the Prime Minister of Romania, Mr. Marcel Ciolacu. Good morning, distinguished Speaker of Senate, Mr. Ciucă, distinguished Speaker, Mr. Grosu, distinguished guests. I am glad that together with my friends, Mr. Grosu and Mr. Recean, we are attending an event proving once again a real way in which Romania can support the economic development of Republic of Moldova. The capital market in Bucharest is at this moment a mature institution and found in full expansion. It has been already proved the ideal platform for launching Romanian successful companies, and we want to play the same role for Moldavian companies. Till the stock exchange in Chișinău will grow and have liquidities, we offer this major opportunity. It is, if you want, an economic shortcut to having access to capital that we make available to real partners. I am convinced that the authorities of the Republic of Moldova and all the important entrepreneurs understand the advantages of becoming the beneficiaries of infrastructure and knowledge of professionals of stock exchange in Bucharest, and I hope they will take advantage fully by this opportunity. I know that in my MAIB announced that is ready to list at the stock exchange and awaits a change of legislation allowing this strategic movement. We offer the entire legal support necessary for the government of Republic of Moldova in order to accelerate this process. Because time has become essential, it's enough to see the impact of the last year of the listing of shares of the stock package of Hidroelectrica, and thus to realize the huge potential of Bucharest Stock Exchange and to see how much is important good timing. Also, it is relevant to inspire from the success of company of the Moldavian company Purcari that decided to be listed at the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and not only has a successful business but is an example of a company that managed to develop organically. And the listing of this company in Bucharest succeeded to communicate or to find the perfect platform for the Romanian consumers and to become a name on the Romanian and international market. This is the correct path, and I would like to multiply for more companies in Republic of Moldova. Practically, the capital market represents an important pillar. We have energy where this interconnection has already been functioning and has proved to be vital for Moldova in the last year. For everything we are doing, we are trying to help Moldova to take big and safe steps to get closer to the European Union. We are helping with major investments of hundreds of millions yearly. We have ended the period when we had only nice words and bridges of flowers. Now we need commercial bridges and capital bridges. We need budgeted investments and very well-defined projects. And Bucharest Stock Exchange is the place where the facts and the figures speak for themselves. It's a national resource built with a big effort that today we make available to our brothers, because this is what a real family does when help is requested. I would like to thank you, and I hope we will continue to be together for the next listing of another Moldavian company in our country. And Mr. Gross, we have a shorter and faster way to get to be in EU.
Vă mulțumim mult.
Thank you very much. We invite now on the stage Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova.
Domnul președinte Ciucă, domnul președinte
Distinguished Prime Minister, distinguished Speaker Ciucă, Mr. Grosu, Mrs. Drago, hello. We have a political context favoring us. The Republic of Moldova has opened the negotiations and now is in active process of negotiation and adjusting the legislation. When our objective is that each investor and businessman to feel the same in Republic of Moldova as in
politic, o să-l numesc așa.
The European Union. We have a, let's say, a sadder geopolitical context regarding the uncertainty of war in Ukraine, the attack of Russia, and therefore the neighbors have done everything that is possible, and the Republic of Moldova is in a safe area. The government has succeeded to consolidate the capacity to strengthen the capacity in the Republic of Moldova, and this will be consolidated also with the assistance of the European Union, Great Britain, but it's something very important and encouraging in this context. It's the friendship of Chisinau with Bucharest, supporting Chisinau. Why am I saying this? Because this needs to be calculated when investments are assessed. I was previously saying that Republic of Moldova is in a very good position once the markets are being opened for the European Union, and for EFTA we have opened markets with the US, Great Britain, Turkey, and this is an important opportunity. What is happening today now in this room, the same is very important, and I would like to thank Bucharest and those from Chisinau, those who insist on to those who insist on the market capitals in Romania and in Bucharest, and I will give you some examples later. One of them has already been mentioned, showing how many opportunities are in the Republic of Moldova on different dimensions, like infrastructure, railway, pharma. Maybe you will not believe, but also the electronics dimension. Today in Chisinau, we have companies designing and testing chips. We still do not produce them, but we work in this field. Republic of Moldova has defined two platforms of development. It's about the free economic areas, but also the IT park, where we have included research and development, but also BPO. More than this, the Republic of Moldova has the fiscal and budget policies oriented to the business environment and respects the profit and wants that the profitability of the companies to increase. And we are sure that this will lead to a higher productivity in economy, and all the citizens of Republic of Moldova will benefit. The same in Chisinau. We have a very aggressive agenda in the positive way regarding this word of bureaucracy and digitalization of public services, and also an agenda of B2B and B2C digitalization agenda. And we are happy to see that banks are very active, and there is a big interest from the business environment. We have changed the way to assign a word and use the subventions, especially for financing the research, where we encourage partnerships from business environment and universities. And already we have good results. And very important, manpower, where we have all the instruments and necessary assistance, so that with a dual education to have the necessary manpower. We have simplified agreements with 47 countries in what regards simple access to the labor market. And to cut the story short, if we want to have an image about Republic of Moldova, I want you to know that the biggest wine producer in Eastern and Central Europe comes from the Republic of Moldova, listed in Bucharest, and has more than doubled the capital since the listing.
Este din
The biggest software producer is from the Republic of Moldova and listed at the New York Stock Exchange, and it has triple capitalization. You know, Napa Valley, Silicon Valley, and now we are looking for Hollywood. It was at the end of 2022 when Sony Entertainment Corporation acquired, in a transaction of about $3 billion, a producer of digital content. And if we look attentively, the biggest production campus is where? Do you think? In Chisinau. So we have the good perspective of digital Hollywood. What I want to say is that in Chisinau we find talent, innovation, and determination, and we need capital on the long term, and this problem will be solved together. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Governor of the National Bank of Moldova, Her Excellency Mrs. Anca Dragu. Good morning. The audience is impressive, and congratulations to the organizers for bringing together in the same room the leadership of the Republic of Moldova and of Romania. Please, Mr. Speaker of the Senate of Romania, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Prime Minister of Romania, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, welcome to Bucharest. It is the city in which I was born, and it is the city I like most. I'm glad to have here the representatives of the Romanian government, of the government of the Republic of Moldova, Minister of Finance. We have worked very well together in Chisinau, representatives of the Romanian Parliament and that of the Republic of Moldova. Welcome in this day of special importance, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure for me to address you in an event where we speak about economic cooperation and interconnection of the capital markets. The Republic of Moldova is in a crucial period for the development and for its future, for its potential at the EU level, and an important point is the modernization and the increase of the financial market and capital market of the Republic of Moldova. We benefit from a favorable macroeconomic context, and we say proudly that the inflation in the Republic of Moldova decreased at a bit over 4%, which enabled us to reduce the monetary policy rate and to be comfortable in the target inflation target corridor. On the other hand, the perspective of the negotiations for accession to the EU is a catalyst for the efforts of all involved institutions, and the results obtained until now place the Republic of Moldova on the list of preference of investors. I said this before, and I'd like to thank President Grosu for this, that he reminded us about this. So those who doesn't invest today in the Republic of Moldova will regret in 5 to 10 years. I believe that those who know the path of the countries who started this negotiation and accession process. We know that the perspective of negotiation and accession to the EU is a catalyst for the financial and human resources and all good thoughts for this project in Chișinău. The National Bank supports and encourages the initiatives towards the development of the capital market in the Republic of Moldova as an institution responsible with the prudential activity, and we want to ensure the free circulation of the capitals. And these are chapters for the accession where the National Bank has a main role, so that the Republic of Moldova would benefit from prosperity and economic stability. The collaboration and transfer of knowledge and best practices will open the path to the single market and will bring this wave of investments to Chișinău and the Republic of Moldova. This is why there is a unique opportunity to learn from the experience of those who succeeded. And this is the case of Romania and the financial market and the capital market in Romania. An essential pillar is the harmonization of the national and EU regulations that will integrate the capital market in Moldova with the international financial market. The National Bank contributes to this effort. I was talking about the effort of observing the macroeconomic benchmarks and the law, the operational law of the National Bank, but we also work towards the financial stability, banks surveillance, and the infrastructure of the capital market. And we finalized recently a training project together with three central banks from Lithuania, the Netherlands, and mainly the Romanian National Bank, and together with ASF that gave us a very valuable support as regards the regulation and the surveillance of the insurance market. I'd like to thank President Alex Petrescu, who coordinated this support from Bucharest. In this training program, another positive thing was that together with the colleagues from the National Bank of Romania, we were able to finalize an extraordinary project, the file of being part of the single payments in euro, SEPA, and together with the Romanian National Bank, we finalized this program of introducing the instant payments that already operates in Chișinău. It means that the transfers also in euro will be safe, predictable, and at very low costs, even in case of instant payments. We have zero commission up to a certain level. We discussed with the European Banking Authority to assess the legislation in the Republic of Moldova to see the equivalence with the European regulations. So in less than 1 year, we will be able to have this stamp from a European institution saying that the banking system of the Republic of Moldova is in line with the European requirements. The diversification of the financial mechanisms contribute to the dynamism of the capital markets. Here we have a good collaboration with the regulator of the capital market. Mr. Budiansky is here in this event, and we have also good opportunities to develop this market. And I would quote Mr. Mugurisarescu, the governor of the Romanian National Bank, who said that the listing of Hidroelectrica as such a high magnitude would have been unconceivable on the stock exchange a few years ago. But he didn't say why, because in the meantime there were accumulations at the private pension funds. It is another area in which the Republic of Moldova has concrete plans. I'd like to mention a few steps of the project and the current projects on the topic of the development of the capital market. We finalize the scheme of the central depository together with the other important strategies. It has two key aspects, the creation of connections between the depository of the Republic of Moldova and Romania, and shifting to omnibus segregation of investors that will extend the possibilities of intermediates. We examine right now the possibility, and we find the measures to reduce risks related to the increase of this quota of holding from 1% to 6%. We have to assess the risks and to find the efficient measures to reduce the risks. Not doing anything is the worst. We need to do things in a responsible and professional way. Our vision is for the Republic of Moldova to become a respected and valuable player on the international financial market, and we have where to learn from. Thank you, BBV and the other entities, and I'd like to thank you for your commitment that inspires our optimism and the trust that through collaboration, dedication, and transparency we will succeed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, for the next speech, I'd like to give the floor to the President of the Surveillance Agency in Romania, Financial Surveillance Agency, Mr. Petrescu. Thank you very much, President Ciucă, Prime Minister Ciolacu, Prime Minister Janu, Mr. Lungu from the Republic of Mr. Grosu from the Republic of Moldova. The investors cross the river Prut, and now also the regulators. So it's an honor for me to be in a pioneering position from the perspective of regulators, because recently we have finalized, like Governor Anca Dragu said, project of twinning of calibration of the financial non-banking legislation in the perspective of accession to the EU. I had more than 26 physical meetings, 40 online, dozens of specialists from ASF and the National Commission for Financial Markets, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague Mr. Budiansky for his support. There were 10 months in which we brought the legislation in convergence with the European legislation, the transposition of the European directive, Solvability 2. This will continue. We have to conceive a convention between the National Bank of Moldova, ASF, the Romanian National Bank, so that this effort of legislative alignment would continue. We had the opportunity very often to meet from the MAIB. We thank them for the consistency. I'm a host today, but I hope you will feel at home as I feel in Chișinău, as being at home. It is the moment of experts to work for the legislation that would enable the listing on the capital market in Romania. And from this point of view, we work together with the BVB. I'd like to thank BVB, BNR, and to create a legislative framework to have a successful listing. And I'm sure that this event is imminent and it will happen very soon. But visiting Moldova a few days a month, I had the opportunity to see many businesses that can be listed on the BVB in the area of critical infrastructure, energy, and so on. So I should say that AIB widens a corridor for investments which is expected and welcome on the Romanian capital market. I'd like to thank you once more. I'm very glad I am in the position of leading an effort in the wider sense, which leads to homogeneous banking and non-banking space between Romania and the Republic of Moldova. We shifted from the agenda of good intentions to operationalization. So we will see more investors, more authorities, more governmental entities in Romania that will go to Chișinău and will collaborate with the colleagues from the Republic of Moldova. Thank you once more, and I wish you success, and ASF remains a partner in your accession path to the EU. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the President of the National Commission of Financial Market of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dumitru Budiansky. And dear Speaker of the Romanian Senate, Nicolae Ciucă, Speaker of the Parliament of Moldova, Igor Grosu, Prime Minister of Romania, Marcel Ciolacu, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Dorin Recean. Dear governors, presidents of authorities, your excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is special for me to participate with you in the Forum Moldova-Romania Capital Bridges, the edition 2024, especially because it is in a day with a special significance for us, Romanians of the two countries. I'm honored to participate in the opening of this event, and I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. I'd like to be more specific, and I will speak about the situation of the capital market in the Republic of Moldova and the issues we have. The current legislative framework contains the necessary provisions for the organization and operation of the capital market based on fundamental instruments, bonds, corporate bonds, municipal and state bonds. This enables the creation and the placement in real estate, alternative funds, pension funds, and occupational pensions. It is mainly similar with what exists in Romania and the regulatory framework of ASF Romania. The development of the capital market in Romania is under the economic potential of the Republic of Moldova. It can be characterized by a low offer of financial instruments
and affected by the consequences of massive privatizing in the 90s. The effects of the crisis in the middle of the last decade are felt today. Trading on the capital market, the stocks of banks remaining restrictive, even if the banking system has underwent radical changes. In order to change the situation, we need efforts of the private actors and institutions interested in developing the capital market. Actually, the financial markets, together with the governmental institutions, are working to draft a medium term in order to develop the capital market on the agenda of the government for 2024. We hope that this document will be approved till the end of this year. The main elements of this document are aiming to develop the financing mechanisms of infrastructure by using the tools of the capital markets to attract companies in order to be listed on the stock exchange, implementing the stimulating measures in order to finance the companies on the capital market, to liquidate this unbalance comparing to the system financed by loans, integrating the markets on the Romanian market and EU market. Last but not least, measures of financial education. It is difficult to imagine the development of the capital market in Moldova without taking into account the valuable expertise in Romania. TAIEX or bilateral discussions, trainings are specific examples of the assistance and support offered by the Romanian authorities. Also, in the process of integration, the development and functioning of the capital market is a process integrated in the European ecosystem. In this context, in order to assure the free circulation of capitals, it is necessary to have the presence of an integrated infrastructure and an effective cooperation of the regulation institutions from both states. Thus, cooperation and interinstitutional dialogue precisely of the National Commission of Financial Markets and ASFR Romania, the active involvement of National Bank, are the key elements in developing the capital market. And with this occasion, I would like to thank and to express all the recognition and to thank for the given support. We appreciate the interest of BVB for the capital market in Romania, in Moldova. And we would like to thank to the General Director and to Mr. Hanga. And we are sure that the involvement of BVB in the Republic of Moldova will contribute to modernize the infrastructure and will increase the attractiveness of the capital market in Moldova. Also, it is important to mention the role of MAIB, that in 2023 issued the first corporate bonds, and the intention of MAIB to be listed by BVB contributes to improve the regulation process and of integration between Moldova and Romania. And on this occasion, I would like to thank MAIB and to the President George Jaița. I would also like to reiterate that the cooperation with the private sector in Romania are necessary to transform the capital markets in Moldova in order to have a sustainable prosperity. We invite you in the Republic of Moldova, and we assure of our entire support. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a fruitful day. Thank you very much. I invite you now to follow a video message from Odile Renaud-Bassot, President of BIRD.
To speak about Moldova, a country that we at the EBRD have stood by since 1992. I addressed you 2 years ago at the start of Russia's war on Ukraine, which had brought enormous difficulties on Moldova. Now, despite the continuous war, the situation is quite different. Moldovan companies and entrepreneurs have withstood the challenging economic environment the conflict has created. And Moldova is now an EU accession country. And its banking sector has held up under the pressure of the past 2 years. As Moldova's largest institutional investor, we support its private sector and banking sector players. One such example is MAIB, the largest bank here, and a steadfast partner of the EBRD, now undertaking a large transformation to prepare for its listing on the Bucharest Stock Exchange. This will serve an example for other Moldovan companies seeking to access capital markets to finance growth. Today's event marks the robust economic cooperation and capital market integration between Moldova and its EU neighbor, Romania. Such integration allows high-potential Moldovan companies to access the Bucharest Stock Exchange to tap into critical financing sources for growth and success. We at the EBRD warmly welcome this milestone. Having been closely involved with the reform of Moldova's banking sector since the crisis of 2014, we continue to support authorities to bring Moldova's financial infrastructure closer into the EU. Romania and the Bucharest Stock Exchange are natural partners in this endeavor, and we look forward to continued close collaboration. As Moldova moves toward Europe, the EBRD will be at its side, providing hands-on support locally.
Și vă invit pentru a
And I invite you now, in order to conclude these opening speeches, the host and the organizer of this event, the president of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, Mr. Radu Hanga. Hello. Distinguished Speaker of the Parliament of Romania, Mr. Grosu. I will not address to the Prime Minister and to the Speaker of the Senate, Mr. Ciucă and Mr. Ciolacu, because they apologized for leaving. Distinguished Mrs. Dragu, distinguished President Petrescu, I apologize for mismatch as a protocol. Your Excellencies, distinguished President of the National Commission of Financial Markets in the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Budiansky, Your Excellencies, ambassadors of Romania and Moldova, dear friends, it's easier now. I will go straight off script, even if I have mentioned here some ideas. It's easier to say that everything that you wanted to say has already been said, so I will just say that it's a big joy for me and for my colleagues from the Bucharest Stock Exchange to have this attendance here, and the people who have addressed before me and those speaking after me, and to listen to them speaking about the performance of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, because when we speak about ourselves, we have a nice opinion. We see ourselves in a nice way when we look in the mirror, but it's important to hear what the others are saying about you. And it's important to hear high quality people about the performances of the team of Bucharest Stock Exchange. Now I come back to my script. We are happy to be here with you. We are happy to have you with us today in order to build capital bridges between Romania and Republic of Moldova. We are doing this in a context that seems to be characterized rather by the opposite, and I do not speak about physical bridges, but it seems that we are living in a world that rather gets divided than united. So this is one of our roles of the stock exchange. The stock exchange is an important pillar in supporting the local economy of local companies. Stock exchange has always been a platform creating local champions and helping to develop regionally. This is a reality that we see taking a look at the economies which are thresholds for us, and we see things happening also in Romania, and we wish to help with our expertise, our colleagues and friends from Republic of Moldova. When we speak about development of local companies, access to capital is at least important, like the access to the credit loan. We know that each company, when the company goes to the bank to access a loan, the first question regards the capital, and it's important for companies to have access to capital in order to develop. We do this, and we are a catalyzer for a continuous development of the banking sector. We do this in Romania, and we hope to help this also in Republic of Moldova. And today we can see this, that stock exchange is about positioning. I start to hear myself better. I hope you have heard me so far. A company listed at the stock exchange, we say that the company gets on a stage, making it more visible in front of investors and clients. It's a stage where you can see not only the stocks of the company and the financial results, but also the products, the services. It's a stage helping the company to grow. This is what we are. And this is what we do. We are happy to be able to do this for the Romanian economy, for the Romanian companies. We are glad to have events like Moldova-Romania Capital Bridges give us the opportunity to share from our experience. Thank you, Maib, for helping us doing this in Romania and Moldova. I would conclude wishing good luck for the next speakers. We will have 3 interesting panels in which we will see 3 perspectives on the economy in Republic of Moldova: the public perspective, entrepreneurial, and then the banking perspective. We are here today to add the perspective of the capital market, and our message is simple, stated before. We are ready that together with partners from Republic of Moldova to get involved in the development of Chisinau Stock Exchange as platform for financing and growing of the companies. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to have an interesting day from now on.
Vă mulțumim mult.
Thank you very much. So strong messages of collaboration between the two markets. The first part of this event and the opening speeches end here, but we will continue to discuss and we will have, let's say, a bit more technical panels coming from Republic of Moldova. I am very happy to hear all this, and now I invite Ionuț Dumitru, the Chief Economist, Raiffeisen Bank, moderating the discussion with the Prime Minister of Republic of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean.
Okay. Your Excellencies, dear guests, dear Romanian investors, dear international investors, we have today the opportunity to speak with the Prime Minister of Moldova, Mr. Dorin Recean. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being with us today. Welcome home. Romania, it's your home as well. We are in the same home, the European home, and sooner or later you'll be a member of European Union. So today we'll discuss a couple of topics, and I will start with the EU accession topic. And basically, the discussions about the EU accession of Moldova started many years ago, but lately the process gained speed, and Moldova applied for the EU membership in March 2022 and was granted EU candidate status in June 2022. There was a European summit held in Moldova in June 2023, and in December 2023, the EU leaders decided to open accession negotiation of Moldova. And I will ask the Prime Minister, how engaged is your government and Moldova on the road to joining the EU?
Ionuț, thank you very much for this very warm welcome. I'd like to greet once again everybody in the room. I would like to thank the Bursa de la Bucharest for this organization, but also everybody else, also the Moldovan champions that are here and also participating in this project. Our strategic objective is to become a member of the European Union, and this means that all resources, all attention is done to that. I mean, we're looking also into a kind of what we call all corporate culture of the government of Moldova, that whatever we do for increasing the prosperity of Moldovan people, of creating opportunities for the Moldovan businesses, and correspondingly, this means EU integration. We have a very tough schedule to implement the acquis communautaire. We structured already our approach to these. In the same time, what we are having in mind is making sure that we consider the time and interests for the Moldovan businesses to properly adjust, to have the time and to have the resources necessary to adjust to the new regulations, to the new environment that is unique, not unique, but uniform in the European Union. To say it in a few words, we allocate the necessary resources and the necessary attention to this very important process. In a way, we're lucky. Lucky because there are a number of very friendly countries that did it already. So correspondingly, we have a huge number of experts from various EU member states, but most of them are from here, from Bucharest, from Romania, to help us make this transition in a way that is fast, but in the same time is necessary for the business environment to make that transition.
Thank you. So, yeah, I understand, and I'm very happy that your government is quite committed on that. And basically, Moldova is already quite integrated in the EU. Most of the trade of Moldova is with the European Union. More than 80% of FDIs in Moldova are coming from the European Union. At the same time, 1/3 of the population has a double citizenship, Moldovan plus European. And I will ask you, do you think that the support of the population is very strong for this process? And do you think there is still a risk to see, let's say, the pro-Russian parties or Russian propaganda trying to change the direction of the country?
Thank you for this question. And obviously, as I mentioned, we are in a geopolitical context too. The political context is very favorable to us. And we, in a way, very quickly opened accession talks with the Commission and already working on that. From the other side, I'll give you a political perspective. The elections in of the president in 21st in the parliament and 23rd in the local elections demonstrated to us that, this geopolitical contest between West and East has been won finally by the West. So there is strong support of Moldovans for EU integration going toward West, because there is also a very simple narrative. We want to live like in EU, in Europe. And this strong narrative is more and more pervasive in the Moldovan population. Also, the government has a campaign of explaining to the people what EU integration means. So, and we will continue this effort, even though we have to admit that we are very much challenged by Russian propaganda, by the false narratives about EU integration from that part, by a number of political actors that are openly pro-Russian. But people of Moldova are European. People of Moldova feel European. And remember that with a population of 2.5 million, 1 million has Romanian citizenship.
Okay, thank you. I can confirm that I had many students from Moldova during the time, and they are strongly supporting the European integration process. So the young population in Moldova for sure are close to 100% in favor of the process. The next question will be on the challenges you will face on this journey. Where are the main challenges, in your view, on this process to access the European Union? In which fields do you feel that there will be strong challenges?
I must be honest, and obviously we have to further strengthen the administrative capacity of the government and of the institutions. We have to have strong, independent, and very important, resilient institutions without any chances for reversibility for policies. And this is what we need to build. Obviously, we have to insist further on the anti-corruption effort, on judicial system reform, because law enforcement or rule of law are fundamental for not only for the political structure, for the democracy, but very importantly for the people and for the economy. So these are the challenges that primarily we need to overcome. The other thing that we need to insist on is economic development, because in the end, people is looking into welfare, and correspondingly to maintain this enthusiasm of people about EU integration, but also of the administration. It is very important to progress steadily, to deliver prosperity, and correspondingly this means to enhance economic prospect and to develop the economy. What is very important for Moldova is productivity. So we have to allocate our resources not only in terms of the investment, but also in terms of the policies, is improving productivity. This is also very important for the future prospect of, closing the negotiations, because EU member countries don't want, a very weak economical country to come in. Moldova is a very small country; it can be easily assimilated. But when we speak to EU member states, they want a strong Moldova, and a strong Moldova means rule of law and economy.
Thank you. Yeah, you had good prerequisites, I would say. Our process in Romania started from a lower stage, I would say. The GDP per capita in Romania before the EU accession was lower than your GDP per capita these days. So we have a good starting point. But for sure, there will be important challenges. The rule of law, we improved a lot in terms of rule of law in Romania, but we are still challenged by different things. Probably, your road will be quite challenging as well. Going to the next topic, which is, I think, the elephant in the room, I would say, for all of us in the region, the geopolitical situation. I would ask you about how the current situation in Ukraine is affecting you in Moldova these days. And of course, I will ask you about the particular situation in Transnistria. How do you think the situation in Transnistria will develop, and how will influence that your trajectory, your journey on the EU accession process?
If you allow me, I would start a little bit from, maybe one or two steps back. And first of all, I would like for us to all appreciate the important breakthrough that Ukraine did back in 2023, because the current, grim sentiment about the region is also partially due to the fact that we did not properly appreciate what happened on the battlefield there. Most probably we were looking like in 2022 at the map, and then that red band was shrinking, in half. This did not happen in 2023 in the counteroffensive, and we got, I would say, depressed in some minds. But we most probably did not correctly appreciate the fact that the Black Sea is now free of most of the Russian threats. Yes, there are still launches from there, but the Black Sea is now much more secure for everyone around and is definitely dramatically weakened for Russia. This improved very much the security of Moldova. Now we have another, stage of, stress because of the elections in Europe, because of the elections in the United States. And probably sometimes it's difficult to look through the, through the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are still there. It's in the strategic interest of all the West to make sure that Ukraine wins. So regardless of the outcome of the elections, yes, the help for Ukraine may increase or decrease, not substantially, but to some extent, if the outcome is one or the other. But fundamentally, the strategic interest of the West, as I said, stays with Ukraine winning this war. Though this year it will be, back and forth. So we'll have to keep our nerves. Moldova, since the beginning of the war back in 2022, and back then I was security advisor and secretary of the Supreme Security Council in Moldova, and we succeeded very quickly to align Transnistria on our security and peace objectives, and they are there, aligned. And what we are doing tactically is integrating more and more the business into the European business, into the right bank business, but also the society, people accessing social services on the right bank of Dnistru. So please know that 2/3 of the trade of Transnistria is with, guess whom? European Union. And also quite a volume of trade is with Romania. You'd see a lot of people, business people from Transnistria here in Bucharest if you go around. So again, we see a clear trend of the businesses that are very much anchored into West. Now the government also acted on improving that trend, and what happens right now is that both right bank and left bank of the Dnistru River are orienting their business, both imports and exports, towards the countries with which Moldova has free trade. So this is already happening. And one very important moment here, Moldova is safe also energetically. So in a way, we practically solve the problem of energy security. What we are doing right now is solving the problem of energy economics and green energy, of course. Because, and by the way, promoting green energy is also about energy economics. Once we will have commissioned in early 26 this Vulcanești-Chișinău high voltage line, we would have completely solved also the remaining part of energy security, but also importantly, Moldova will be able to be an important regional player on the electricity market in the region. So what I am trying to say is that yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are Russian troops illegally stationed there, but their impact is minimal. And what we see is an increasing trend of the trade of Transnistria with Western Europe, and correspondingly, this is anchoring them into our strategic objectives.
Thank you. We will move now to the economic topic, and I will ask you, how would you characterize the current situation, economic situation of Moldova? I saw some numbers. The IT sector in Moldova, it's even larger than in Romania in terms of relative positioning, and probably some investors are not aware about that. How do you think your government can capitalize more on that? How the IT sector can help your economy to catch up faster in your journey towards the EU accession?
Thank you for mentioning the IT sector. I also mentioned it earlier today. This is a very strong sector. Moldova also has a very good development platform. We call it IT Park, where we have a flat tax of 7%, and then what you consider as net salary is the same as gross salary is the same as net salary. This is stimulating very much companies to come. We are also virtualizing this platform. Correspondingly, people from elsewhere can work in the IT Park. We are now opening this opportunity for our diaspora that not necessarily wants to move back to Chișinău, back to Moldova right now, but they can still work in the IT park. And this opportunity is also very important from the perspective of the workforce, because that's one of the constraints. We improved a lot on the technical university. Correspondingly, we have now a very active institution that is preoccupied with educating IT sector. We have a very good collaboration between the IT sector and the universities, having laboratories to prepare the future workforce. The whole educational sector is moving toward, math engineering, correspondingly capitalizing on this opportunity. There are other opportunities as well in Moldova. Now that the inflation is back to normal, the banking sector has very good capitalization. We do have this maturity problem with the capital in Moldova. I mentioned it earlier, and this is why I'm very happy to have this event that is supposed to partially solve that problem. Correspondingly, there are a number of opportunities, like, for example, in the energy. So very soon, Moldova will announce a tender for about 150 megawatt of wind and solar. So we prepared these premises for the economy to develop. We went through a very difficult crisis because with the war in Ukraine, not only did the logistical chain broke, but also we were having high energy prices. So it was an increase of 7-fold on tariffs for gas and a 4-fold increase of tariffs on electricity. But nevertheless, we managed to absorb this external shock. We started to improve very much on budget execution so that we have the budget maintaining throughout this crisis the economy. And correspondingly, we will continue to assist the business to eliminate bureaucratic procedures, to digitize the relationship with the government, but also among businesses, and correspondingly to improve on the economy. We have had this problem of the logistical chains because the transit from Ukraine was very much a strain on our infrastructure. Now, as I said, Ukraine achieved a breakthrough on the Black Sea, and correspondingly, most of the grain trades is now happening still through the Odessa port and then on the Black Sea. Now, these logistical chain strains have been waned off. So correspondingly, also there is also more infrastructure available for this. With the help, there is EBRD here, and earlier we have had the president of EBRD here speaking to us. We have a very good portfolio of investments in Moldova with borrowing from EBRD and EIB, but also from the World Bank and other partners as to stimulate the growth through the infrastructure projects that we are building.
Thank you. My last question will be on the capital market development. I saw that your banking sector is increasingly competitive and developing, but at the same time, you need to complement the access of companies to bank loans with the access of companies to the equity and debt markets. How do you see the cooperation between the capital market of Moldova and Romania, and how do you think the both capital markets can develop in the coming years?
President Budiansky earlier mentioned that our capital market is weak, and we still have to build these instruments. Like Governor Drago said, that we have to also implement the Pilonul 3, how do you call it? The pillar 3, and maybe the pillar 2 at a later stage, in order to have local capital. But until then, our aim is to interconnect the capital markets and then assets in Moldova being accessible easily from Bucharest. And this is very important for us. This is a project that is not easy going. I must recognize all the institutions need to be prepared. Also, our effort to prepare the legal environment. We're doing that together with the National Bank, with the IMF, with the assistance of EBRD and other partners. We do strongly believe that there are very good assets in Moldova that need to be exposed to the international financial markets. Also, using international financial markets to finance projects in Moldova for infrastructure, for example, for energy, for various public-private partnerships. So this is a very important for us. We are also seeing these through the possibilities for our companies in Moldova to expand. Yes, and we have Maib here. I think they cannot grow anymore in Moldova. So it's just that there is no more space in Moldova. So they are so big that they need to go somewhere. and I am looking at this opportunity, at this possibility to be integrated here as a way to expand in the way that we have Moldovan companies becoming regional once they have had the initiative, they worked hard days and nights, and at the moment that they seized the opportunity to come here to participate into the capital market, to take this capital and multiply it. So this is for us also a way for the companies in Chisinau to go outside Moldova. So we will be working hard to make sure this opportunity happens.
Thank you. Just in time with our discussion, but I will ask the audience for just one short question, if there is one. One last question from the audience. If somebody want to, please, just keep it short and,
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here in Bucharest. Can you give us some details about the chip design company that you mentioned?
Yes, look, we have a very interesting company. This is our, national working for a company in Germany and in Switzerland, doing that there. And then he came to Chisinau and said, why don't I do that business here? And he partnered with the technical university. We have had a project assisted by the Swiss Development Fund, and correspondingly, he started the business with the companies that are doing components, automotive components, and then expanded the business of designing the chips, but also testing the chips for other industrial application, including for industrial equipment. And so this is how it went up in almost no time.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Prime Minister, and I wish you a good discussion in the next panels as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ionuț.
Mulțumim mult, Ionuț.
Thank you very much, Ionuț Dumitru, on behalf of Raiffeisen Bank. Thank you to all the officials who have spoken so far. Now we have the first panel dedicated to economy, policies and reforms, moderated by Raffaella Tenconi from Wood & Co. And we have guests, Katerina Hansen, Head of Office Bird from Republic of Moldova, Dumitru Alaiba, Vice Prime Minister, Ari Naim, Regional Director Europe, IFC.
Good morning, everyone, dear guests in the hall and online. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am moderating this great panel to look more clearly into the state of the economy and the accession process. We'll start with some Q&A on my side, and then we'll open the floor from the audience. Well, let's start from the big change. So Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, it's a pleasure to have you here. Can you comment on how your job has changed? Now the accession process is in full motion. So tell us where you're focusing your energies right now in the next year, and where do you see the impact on the economy already?
Thank you, Rafaela, and thank you everyone for finding the time. It's great to be here again. We were here a couple of years ago. Well, it's a very philosophical question, but to put it short, it just became more. So there's just really, I mean, of course, the European integration is the one chance of our generation to change this country for the better, to put it on the right track, and to ensure the degree of prosperity and of opportunity that our people really deserve. Of course, and we have no time, and we have really, and this chance can and may run out. You know, you never know how much time we have for this window. That is why we are determined to move as fast as possible in order to advance and to finally reach our destination. That comes at a cost. There is a lot of work in the government. There is a lot of activity. There is a lot of, I mean, I'm coming from Brussels right now. We're, just as an example, 20 hours in Brussels and back here, and then in a couple of hours back to Chisinau. So it's really intense. Right now we are in the procedure of screening, which requires a lot of, and this is probably the biggest exercise of teamwork that the government of Moldova might have had, because it's, you know, it's 33 working groups. It's spread throughout different institutions, different ministries, and all it takes for everything to get stuck is one of these processes to get stuck. And that means we have to work in unison and we have to work in sync. And out of these 33, 1/3 is in my ministry, so 10 working groups are in the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. So yeah, we have a lot of work, basically.
Give us what you think is a realistic timeline to actually enter the EU.
Well, President has clearly stated 2030, and we believe it is very feasible. We believe we can do this. If I look, of course, it's easy to point at countries that, you know, have taken a decade or two, but also you have positive examples. You have countries like Croatia that have advanced very fast. So it really all depends on the dynamic inside the government, on the commitment, and on how serious the government will be about it. Not to say, you know, to criticize any other country, but you know, it's really all up to us. And we believe 2030 is very feasible to reach our destination and to be ready for becoming a fully fledged EU member. We are working towards this deadline, and let's say the sentiment of urgency is unprecedented from what I know Moldovan administration.
And can I ask you, I know that locally the fact that a referendum would be held anyway to confirm the process was well known, but not so much visible from the outside. Is the referendum that probably takes place in October, if I'm correct, is that something that could speed up your work? Could it reinforce your mission, or in reality it's cosmetic?
Indeed, there is a referendum planned. I am not sure that there is a date. Maybe there was something established while I was in the airports, but from what I know, it's somewhere to be determined within in this autumn. Now, it's first of all a chance for the EU integration to be permanentized, let's say. It's not a project of one government. It's not a project of one party. It's the idea of an entire society, of the whole population. And this is the message that our people, I am sure of that, will send very clear in this referendum. And this is what will make certain processes simply impossible to deviate or to delay or to revert, because it's about the people's will, and it's about entrenching the European integration in the constitution of the country as as I said, the main project and idea of for modernizing my country.
Perfect, thank you. Let me now turn to Katarina Hansen, your country head of the EBRD. Give us a sense of the work you do in terms of infrastructure. The Prime Minister also mentioned energy transition. I mean, we've seen Moldova doing enormous amount of progress in terms of business cycle and energy security. So you're now really hands-on on the long-term developments.
Yeah, yes, indeed. We do a lot in both energy security and connectivity. As a matter of fact, over the last 2 years, we have invested 1 billion euros in Moldova, and most of this, or a majority of this, goes to energy security and improved connectivity with Europe, that is road and rail infrastructure. And we're very, very proud of this achievement. There is also a lot of finance to private sector, both SMEs, and we use the EU definition of SMEs, which is up to 50 million euro turnover, which is quite substantially large companies in the Moldovan setting, and we're very pleased with the work they do. Lately, we have had lots of visitors from Europe, business delegations, companies coming to see what we're doing, how they can invest, to learn more about Moldova. And here I really like the heading of this event today, Capital Bridges, because most European companies that look at the country, look at the map and get a little bit concerned about the geopolitical situation. So most companies come through recommendations from their Romanian subsidiaries or partners. So we have lots of companies that come, they have spent a couple of days in Bucharest, and then they come over to Moldova to see firsthand what is going on, and everyone is very impressed. Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba spoke about the sense of urgency. There is also a sense of enthusiasm, and we see, for example, a lot of young, educated Moldovans that have worked abroad after they maybe have studied abroad and are now coming back to raise young families in Chisinau. Chisinau is a very nice place to raise young families. So we're very pleased to see this, and this is real talent that's coming back. So we're very positive, and we will continue to do as much as we can to support all the fundamentals for economic development and further investment.
In terms of funding cost for these projects and funding structure, where is Moldova relative to other countries?
EBRD has the same sovereign interest rate for all countries where we work, so it doesn't matter where we are. It's 1% over Euribor. In terms of private sector cost, well, now the base rate is quite low in Moldova. It's gone down, so it's affordable. And we are also, we take Moldova risk standalone. We don't look at the geopolitics. We will look at the country at its own merits. So I think we can definitely provide very attractive funding, and our funding is also long-term, which is also very important when you invest.
Perfect. Let me now go to Ari Naim, Regional Director at the IFC. What I would like to ask you is a bit of an insight in how you see, again, funding private sector, public sector in Moldova. Before you give us your insight, let me give a bit of background so that we have some numbers really in front of us. According to the central bank and EBRD projections, I mean, Moldova this year will actually be one of the growth tigers, really, at the EU level, because growth is forecasted around 3.5%, maybe up to 4%. Inflation is a target. Moldova has a target that is 5% plus and minus 1.5%. And interest rates are now 3.75, so actually meaningfully lower than regional peers. And last time we had this event, you know, the growth picture was still compelling medium term, but interest rates were much higher. The situation was much worse. So give us your experience, maybe also put it into context of the last 2 years and relative to the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafaela, and great to be here. So I would start by saying, it's really meaningful to be here in Bucharest because IFC has been present in the region for many decades already. But Romania is now the country in which we have our largest exposure in Europe, $2 billion of committed portfolio, and this year we have achieved a historic high. So this to say that we have a much smaller portfolio in Moldova, of course, but really being here to talk about the connectivity between Moldova and Romania, and of course the EU accession is really very timely and very encouraging. And what we are hearing from government of Moldova is absolutely I would say extremely encouraging. IFC, we focus, of course, on the private sector as part of the World Bank Group. And I think this agenda is absolutely critical for Moldova, we all know. We all know that creating opportunities now in the country will require creating jobs in the private sector. And so the question is, how can this be accelerated? So you were asking about the past 2 years. I mean, yes, Moldova is going to be a champion this year in terms of growth, but it comes after significant success since the 90s that have been stalled in a succession of crises. So of course, the COVID crisis, climate droughts that have stalled the agricultural sector here, and now the Russian war in Ukraine, which is obviously being a big Damocles spade when it comes to attracting investment. What can the country do in this context is really looking at the short term and looking at the long term. And obviously the EU accession is a great incentive to go into the structural reforms that the country have been needed for so long now. So in the short term, this connectivity with Romania, I think, as a hub towards the rest of Europe is really important. And so diversifying the energy sources in particular, interconnecting systems, reducing the dependence on gas is going to be quite critical. Second thing is opening up space for the private sector. And when I say opening up space for the private sector, I mean really looking at the difficult things that need to be done in terms of rule of law governance, but also looking at the competitive landscape between state-owned enterprises that are still a large part of the economy, and establishing a better rule of the game for private sector competition. And of course, also accelerating the green transition, and this is going to be representing a nice opportunity for the country. So, I mean, I could go on, but the question was, in the context of the past 2 years, I think what I would say is so encouraging to hear what we have been hearing this morning from everyone. And I mean, if we can consistently achieve on this short-term agenda and medium-term agenda, and looking at the medium term at the same time, I think indeed, I mean, we can hope for Moldova to be a tiger in this small part of Europe for the next 10 years.
Perfect, thank you. Let me go back to Dumitru. Since a lot of critical bottlenecks for growth really fall under your remit. Digitalization was mentioned in the past. I think when we had the first event here, we're really impressed with how skilled was the digitalization of the public sector already back then. And of course, digitalization allows countries to globalize on scale than never before. So I guess from your perspective, you have a lot of chapters. Of course, realistically, not all of them will be done quickly.
But they will be, of course.
Of course. But I guess in terms of supporting exporters, and maybe supporting also the green transition in terms of subsidies, legislation, and things like this, is there anything that you think the audience should know that you're working on that will make, you know, a difference near term?
Thank you, Rafaela. Well, to put it briefly, if there is one idea that we are all led by, it's the fact that we cannot afford to grow by 2-3% in the next 10 years, because this is what will definitely guarantee Moldova, even in 10 years, the title of one of the poorest countries in Europe. So everything we do in terms of fiscal policy, in terms of economic policy, in terms of investment, in terms of prioritizing, has this very simple idea that we need an accelerated rhythm of growth of minimum 8-10% per year over the next decade, which is extremely difficult to sustain, but this is really what we need to aim for in every our intervention if we are to get out of this trap, let's say. We really don't have another choice. So rather than looking at the potential growth and seeing that we can probably afford to grow by a couple of percent, which is true now, we are asking ourselves what we need to do in order to expand this potential and what we need to do in order to maximize our growth. And that, of course, is investment. I'll give you an example. If I want to have 8% of growth this year, that means around 350 million more in investment compared to what is projected. Exactly to support everyone invest, for SMEs, we are in a process of removing all the bottlenecks and all the bureaucracy, of digitalizing all the processes. Of course, we don't want to digitalize everything. That is why these two go hand in hand. We are working on increasing the access to finance so that the SMEs can invest much more and much easier, because Moldovan SME sector is well below the EU average contribution of SMEs to GDP. So here we see high potential of growth. We are looking at friendly taxation, which is, Prime Minister mentioned the IT park tax regime, which is probably the most competitive offer that you might find on the continent for IT companies, and we recently expanded it to business process outsourcing with only 7% flat tax, full stop. But also we are among the 4 countries on the continent with 0% corporate income taxation on retained earnings for SMEs, and that's again to support the small and medium companies to accelerate their growth, to invest their earnings instead of me as a government taxing them and then giving them subsidies. I prefer to leave this money on their account so that because they know better. We don't want to. Let's think together what we are taxing when we are taxing revenue at the end of the year, if not investment and job creation. So this is why we took the example of Estonia, of Latvia, and made this reform. But it's not only about SMEs. Big companies, big investors need, of course, more specific incentives, which is why in a couple of months we will launch a new state aid scheme in order to, just like Romania has for years and any other EU country, in order to be able to subsidize investments in priority areas with up to 50% of the value of investment, which is very normal thing here in Romania, but we don't have something that is in line with EU norms, and that would allow the government to stimulate investment in productive, high growth areas, which Prime Minister has also mentioned what we are looking at. And the occasion that we are with here is, of course, to ease the access of capital, the access of our companies to capital, and that is a massive unlock for growth. This can really accelerate our growth with 1 to 2% per year in the coming couple of years. I'm sure of that, and that's exactly what our companies need, big and small, and many others that we are looking at exactly in order to accelerate this pace of growth. Again, it's not an easy task, but this is the objective, and this is what we are looking at. Of course, huge opportunities come exactly from opening up to new markets, because Moldova is a small country, and if there is, Prime Minister mentioned wine and IT, and there is these are two sectors that are, you would think, not too much similarities, but there is one lesson from both, and that is, for Moldova exactly, and that is that both of them are massively oriented to export. We export 93% of our wines, and we export 95% of our IT services, and that is a conclusion for any business, for any sector that wants to make it in Moldova. When you invest, you have to look not at 2 million population market, you have to look at 500 million population market, which is the neighboring EU. That is why we are advancing as fast as possible in order to integrate into the single market, in order to open up our economy to investment and to trade with our partners, with our friends. Yeah, that's I'll just stop here, sorry.
Perfect, thank you. I mean, let's stay on the topic of interconnectivity. I mean, Katarina, and how would you comment in terms of what Moldova still needs, if any, in terms of railway, airlines, and all of these critical things? And what is your experience in terms of how good is the execution? And I guess since friendshoring is a major theme, especially in the region, is Moldova part of the friendshoring trend? Or is it missing something, or is it already on the map and we're just going to see the news flow soon?
Thanks. I think I'll start with the implementation of already ongoing projects. I'm very impressed with the way it's being implemented. There's a lot of attention from government and from all authorities and stakeholders on getting projects done as soon as possible, as fast as possible. I like this sense of urgency. It really helps to push things fast. Having said that, the investment need is large. We have to acknowledge that, and there are still a lot of additional investment opportunities, both in connectivity in terms of rail and roads, but also in areas like logistics. So I think, and this is typically a private sector thing. So there are lots of investment opportunities there for the private sector. In the energy sector, again, there are a lot of ongoing investments. There is still a lot to come. One of the very promising areas that are about to open is the renewable energy tenders that will be launched later this year. In my opinion, this is the largest opportunity for FDI into Moldova right now. So I'm really looking forward to see this materializing. This will have both an impact on the economy because of the investment, but it will also have a great impact on energy security for the country. So it's a very, very positive development. Otherwise, in terms of air, yes, of course, we would love to have more flights. We would love to have more direct flights to different places, but this will come. This will come with investments. And if I may comment on something that Dimitri just said, you said that if you invest in Moldova, you actually can access so many more people than actually live in the country. Maybe we should change the grow in Moldova you have as your hashtag to grow with Moldova, because this is really what is happening at the moment.
Did you want to comment? Oh, no.
Of course I agree. No, the truth is that what we are looking at right now is something that has happened to Romania, that has happened to the entire Central Europe, and that's exactly, we are right at the beginning of this process, where with the EU integration, with the investment, with the structural funds, we're looking at a period of transformation and of accelerated growth. I mean, things were changing and are changing so fast in already, we can't call them new EU members because it's been 20 years, but this is what we are seeing right now beginning in Moldova. So whoever invests right now is going to double, triple the money over a decade. So.
Perfect. Thank you. I would like to go back to you on this issue also of capital deepening, because of course the integration with the Romanian financial market is definitely going to be very helpful. But let's step back and give a bit of sense of where things are now in Moldova. I mean, I was looking at the funding structure for the budget deficit, and it's diversifying, but it's still heavily skewed to the short part of the curve. Give us, what is your assessment? How do you think it will evolve? Is this an hindrance really in the near term, or is just something that will come and it isn't stopping the country?
So, thank you for this really important question. Actually, I would dare to say that this is not something that is typical only in Moldova. And even in our global thinking on development in the World Bank Group, we are seeing increasingly the need to mobilize private capital as the only way for countries to preserving fiscal space, to manage crises that we know now, that crisis is the new normal, right? So we will face new crises. We will need to preserve fiscal space and fiscal buffers. We need to rebuild fiscal buffer quickly after the previous crisis. And so one way to really bring additional funding is to really leverage the private sector, including in areas that are traditionally more state managed, like health services, transportation, ports and airports, etc. So one tool that we actually, as IFC, are leveraging quite a bit is public-private partnerships. And so not all public-private partnerships are good, but typically public-private partnerships that government structure with support from institutions like EBRD or like IFC are public-private partnerships that really aim at building the best sharing of risks and benefits between government and private sector, attract the best competitors with the right expertise to deliver. And so we think that's one of the tools that the country can mobilize to accelerate this attraction of private capital. Of course, in the short term, so private PPPs are also a great tool to position, to signal to the international markets that Moldova is open for business and for investment. And so when you deliver a flagship PPP on a port, an airport, a piece of energy, an auction in the country, and you advertise it internationally, I mean, it really does send this very strong signal of commitment that attracts a lot of interest and position the country on that investment map. Now, in the short term, in the very short term, I think I don't want to forget about the local economy, because when you have investors that are worried about, what's next across the border, so then you can count on your local economy to then take risks and invest. And for that, I mean, the two areas that really need to be accelerated is access to finance. So locally strengthening the banking sector, which is something that we also participate with partners such as MAIB, in expanding more access to finance to SMEs, more access to finance to women is really important. But the second one is building the infrastructure also in the country. So when I say ports, airports, etc., building connectivity, digital connectivity and digital inclusion, all these things can be accelerated and done better with public-private partnerships too. So I think I would finish by saying I very much agree on the opportunities for Moldova, because it's really important to look at the opportunities. When we think of the opportunities for the country, we think of improving productivity in the agriculture sector, We think of developing the IT and business outsourcing sector. We also think of renewable energy investment as a clear opportunity. But it's a kind of a whole of economy approach that needs to be taken now. And again, I mean, I think it's really encouraging to hear what we are hearing.
Since you last mentioned also agriculture, do you think there is also meaningful potential in improving agriculture? I mean, winery is already state of the art, but is there more that we should be aware?
There is, first because Moldova is extremely sensitive to climate risks, and so building resilience in the infrastructure, in the agricultural sector is really important. But when you think of the food value chain, I mean, building more local value add in the context of the potential for increasing exports, and also creating more formal, more productive and more formal jobs in the agriculture sector is going to be a key policy objective, I believe, because the informal sector is way too high in that sector in terms of jobs and quality, the quality job creation that we need.
Great. I want to go back to Dumitru and really ask you some fine details about how frequent is your interaction with the EU. I'm asking because from foreign perspective, actually when you don't yet know a country, where a country is evolving so fast, really knowing how close is your cooperation and oversight with the EU is an anchor of stability. You know, it gives people a sense that indeed, you know, there is cross-checking, accountability and dialogue. So why don't you really tell us how is it done on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I think permanent is frequent enough. So really, we are at the stage where we like to, first of all, be a predictable, reliable partner. So with whatever decisions that might impact, with whatever issues that we might have, and we're looking for a solution, we prefer to discuss in order to be understood what we are doing, because we have a certain heritage. We have sometimes legislation that is far from being EU compliant, and you know, simply, for example, sudden death, repealing everything might cost the economy. So what we're doing is really we're looking for solutions together. That's why you know, me and my colleagues, we are permanently in touch with our counterparts, be it in the Commission, in the DGs, in order to exactly to be you know, understood, to understand each other, and to look for to find commonly the solutions, because that is really important. This is building trust. This is building our image as reliable and predictable partners. When you enter, you want to have this image. You want to be known as a member, a potential member state that is sticking to commitments, that is sticking to that is adhering to the common values, and that is delivering on the promises. This is very important. Besides all the reforms and all the working groups that we have, and all the legislation and the acquis that we have to harmonize, at the core, it's also this, I'm sure.
Perfect. I guess I would like to ask all of the panelists now a bit of what is their perspective of really the state of the economy and the labor market. I mean, I think it's very honest to say that the process of accession is overwhelming for any administration. That has been experienced of every single one of them, but there is also a learning curve. So after the first few years, then it can go very fast. But in terms of labor market, in the rest of the economy, is the labor market very tight? Can it still have slack? And since you are quite innovative in trying to open the labor market also through a digital avenue, when do you think you'll begin to see some effects? And are you actually monitoring the numbers? Because just to be clear, the digital transition is incredibly powerful, but you have to be aware that not just Moldova, but the whole world, EU, US, has some severe limits in the way we measure it. So we often need to rely more on anecdotes than actual what is the actual official reading, because the two very much diverge.
Well, on the labor market, just a brief comment. In order for our economy to grow faster, from one perspective, it needs more people that will produce more value. So more people being employed by Moldovan companies that are more productive and produce bigger value with their time and effort. And of course, we recognize the deficit of the labor market that we have right now. So one thing we did was to make our legislation fully compliant with any kind of remote work. So any kind of, technically you can be somewhere on a beach in Greece and work for a Moldovan company and not even know where Moldova is, but this is legally possible in Moldova right now. We kind of made this sort of ramp in one of our adjustments last year. Another thing we did was, in order to offer our companies, our economy, the labor resources that it needs, be it high-skilled talent, be it labor force of a lower degree of sophistication, we have opened our labor market to the citizens of 47 countries. So right now, for example, as an EU citizen, you can come to Moldova as a tourist because you don't need a visa. And second day, you sign an employment contract, which is fully valid and fully legal. And exactly on the second day, you can already start working. And you have the 3 months to start applying for permanent residence based on this labor contract that you have, which is not a problem. So we interchanged a bit the bureaucracy, and this is offering our economy access to a pool of 1.2 billion population that can be employed in this way, be it EU, EFTA countries, the UK, North America, that's US and Canada, but also the Balkans, Turkey, Ukraine, South Caucasus, Japan, South Korea. So this is the pool of, and that's in every sector. This, of course, is a temporary measure. Of course, there is a lot of need in education, in reskilling, in retraining. There is a lot of need in more proactive demographic policies that will unfortunately have effect in one generation. We cannot afford to lose one, to just wait for one generation, which is why we need to be kind of creative in order to achieve that.
Just one question. If I am working from the beach in Greece for a Moldovan company, can I open a bank account? Can I buy Moldovan bonds?
This is work in progress. We are advancing with the EKYC. Again, not everything is fully done through the finish line, but this is the user experience we're working on so that it is possible, because if you can do it for, I don't know, whatever other bank or fintech, then you must be able to do it with a Moldovan bank.
Thank you.
One thing which does work, which I can testament to, is that you arrive as a foreigner in Moldova, and you can find a job locally immediately. My husband did just that when we arrived in September. We arrived mid-September in Moldova, and he started a job locally on the 1st of October. So that really does work. Now, not to dwell on what you said, but maybe complement to what you talked about on the labor force. I read a very interesting report yesterday by the German economic team, where it says that there is a large group of mainly women that don't work because they have care responsibilities. It can be children, it can be elderly people. And of course, working from home opens a completely new possibility and opportunity for this group of citizens. So I really hope that we can do more to make sure that they are further integrated into the economy. And this also goes for youth. Maybe not everyone wants to travel to a larger city. Maybe people want to stay in the city, in the town or village where they grew up. But this digital nomads, the new possibilities of working from home really opens new opportunities, and we need to continue to support this kind of inclusive labor market that really includes the smallest village in the country and goes across all age groups.
Thank you.
So fully agree on the inclusive labor market. We know like labor participation is very low in Moldova. But one thing I would want to add then is another angle to it, is really all countries now in this part of Europe and in Europe even are a bit struggling with what kind of labor market transitions and skills transition need to happen for us to at the same time increase productivity, manage demographic trends that are going down, and manage also immigration trends and also the loss of jobs in the most, in the less skilled activities. So recently, you may have seen an IMF working papers that talks not about digital, but about artificial intelligence. And I think that here, I have more questions than answers, but I think it's really important that we ask the question for Moldova, like for the surrounding economies, how can artificial intelligence impact, how will it impact our policy objectives? And I think on one hand, it can be an answer to the need to increase productivity. It can also be, the new generative models have something that is fascinating, which is they are accessible to anyone without any precondition in terms of skills. So anyone can access them in their language, can learn something, can educate oneself with. So I think we are going towards a world where, on one hand, digital inclusion is going to be, it's absolutely critical and needs to be accelerated. Everyone needs to have access to broadband. But second, for governments and policymakers, it can be, night and day to manage this labor and skills transition right in a new context that we are all discovering about, or managing it poorly. And so I think in the World Bank, at least, in our partnership with government, this topic of managing labor transition and skills transition is going to be, it's really what we are putting on the table right now, with a lot of global analytics on, the future of works and the future of labor markets, but recognizing also that large language models are a game changer. And so even what we have learned so far in terms of industrial transformation is not necessarily completely relevant, and we need to learn together. So I think this is also very relevant for Moldova, because you could as well create a virtuous circle between, increasing productivity in high skills jobs that will be threatened somehow also by some losses, reskilling populations that need to be reskilled, and fighting against informal labor.
Yeah, thank you. I actually want to add to what you've all mentioned, and really highlighting how, frankly, quite unique is what you're doing in terms of legislation. Because if you look at Europe, two huge bottlenecks that we have that relate to each other is that we are running out of labor. We want to do friendshoring, digitalization, energy transition, more defense. And actually, if anything, Europe has been losing people in the last decade. So there's a huge issue of scarcity, and most governments are not using the tools of digitalization. With AI, you will be able to essentially create a digital trusted CV that globally can make people stand out, essentially, in a kind of secure way. And if you don't force all of them to live in the capital city in one specific place, you can actually tap them worldwide and tax them. Really, that essentially increases the labor force of a country like overnight on a completely different scale. So I really applaud you on this. It's very original. So I think I've quizzed you on quite a lot of fronts, but let me ask the audience if there is any pending issues that you would like to raise at this stage. No, I think then I have succeeded. And thank you so much. Thank you all for your valuable comments, and thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Și 50 înapoi, acum vă invităm pentru un prânz. Mulțumim! și vom discuta
We will discuss about investment opportunities, but more important, the perspective of the business environment. And the panel will be moderated by the senior partner of from Purcar, head of private equity in Valda, CFO Premier Energy. Let's give them a round of applause.
Welcome, guys. It's really a high bar for us to have this panel after the lunch, right? But we'll hope we'll rise up to the expectations in this room. Thank you for cutting your lunch short, and thank you for coming. So look, the goal for today is to have an engaging and insightful panel. And the word engaging is very important. Don't overestimate the attention of people after a lunch, even a light one. Right, so today we're going to talk about the investments in Moldova. We have a fantastic panel here representing technology, wine, money, energy, so all the good things that make an economy. So on a serious note, look, Moldova economy has had a star year in 2021. It was the fastest growing country in Europe, 14% GDP growth. Then it was very much affected by the start of the war in Ukraine. Had a contraction in 2022. Last year, it's back to growth, a modest growth. This year, it's expected to be a strong year. But beyond the macroeconomic numbers, we want to hear the story of 4 individual businesses, 4 individual investors investing in the country. And without further ado, my first question to each of you, and let's try to keep it to short, punchy answers, is why should investors care at all? These are people who have a fiduciary duty to maximize their profits. They're a little bit cynical, if I may use the word. They are not ideological. They are not, into saving the world necessarily. So they don't have an inherent passion about Moldova. So for this rational, profit-minded investor, why should they care about our country? Maybe we'll start with you, Carolina.
Yes. Hello. I'm really honored actually to be here on the panel and have more hats. First of all, as you have presented me, I'm the CEO of Moldcell. And Moldcell is part of the CG Cell, which is part of CG Corp Global. And it is a multinational conglomerate that is operating in 16 countries and has over 160 companies and 123 brands. I am also here as Deputy President of EBA Moldova, a business association that really supports Moldova's integration towards EU and is a real partner to the government in its reform agenda. Another hat, I am the President of Women in Business Association, and I am so happy that in the previous panel, Katarina has mentioned about how important is the inclusion of women into the labor force, because only by including 52% of our population into the labor force or entrepreneurship, we could have at least 8% GDP growth, something that Mr. Minister was aiming to. And also, I am the board of Foreign Investors Associations and really supporting and attracting investors to Moldova. And other, like AmCham, we are members Association of Telecom and IT companies. And yes, you were saying that businesses are rational, but in situations as Moldova is now, a real window of opportunity, I think it is also very important for the business community to be part of this process and really help and promote Moldova as a good potential citizen of European Union. Now, why Moldova? I will speak from the perspective of our shareholders, which is Mr. Binocio Dari. And actually, they have acquired Moldcell from Telia Group that has decided to exit from our markets during COVID time, exactly when COVID started in March 2020. And they haven't been to Moldova at all for almost 1 year. And they were so happy that the company has been running so well because of the people. And still, Moldova is a real an attraction for investors, even if we have maybe a lack of on the labor market, but we do have very much passionate people, very resilient people, and professional people. The other area of attraction would be for CG Group, for example, compared to other countries where they operate, is the really open dialogue with the government. And very much pro-business and pro-reform agenda, and very much open into looking what could be done better so the business is really thriving. And of course, last but not the least is the proximity to EU. And this ambition that soon Moldova will be part of EU is definitely something that is attracting the investors to Moldova.
Thank you very much, Corina. So let's continue with your colleagues. Please stay at about 2 minutes max. Brief introduction and why should investors care. Then we'll double click on each of your industry. Alex, maybe you?
Okay, Alex Philip, Purcar Wineries Group, Deputy CEO. Just not to add on what Carolina said, I would look at opportunity of roughly 2.5 million additional consumers. I would look also at the opportunity of investing in companies that have ambition to punch way above their weight, companies and individuals that have fought very hard to thrive in very difficult environments. And if we think as Romanians, as what took us so far over the last 25 years, I would think as Moldova on a smaller scale, but almost on steroids in terms of challenges that the country and the individuals there have had to face. And I think investing in companies like this that have proven resilience over times in very difficult contexts can be an amazing opportunity.
Vytautas Plunksnis, head of private equity at Invalda NVL, which is Lithuanian investment and asset management group managing 1 billion euros. We invested in Moldova when it was not cool in 2018, alongside the EBRD and Horizon Capital acquiring significant stake in MAIB. And why you should invest in Moldova? So it's a very similar country to Lithuania, almost 3 million hardworking people, good culture, access to European markets, and basically it's overlooked by other investors. So if you come here first, as Mr. Alaiba said, you should triple your money in, let's say, 5 years.
Thank you, Vytautas. And Peter, word to you.
Hello, Peter Storr, board member and group CFO of the Premier Energy Group. We're one of the fastest growing energy infrastructure companies in Southeastern Europe, and about 75% of the Moldovan people receive their electricity, both on the distribution as well as the supply side, on the supply from our business. We invested in Moldova because we saw a growing market. We saw a growing market that has a lot of needs on the electricity side, on the infrastructure side, and the people there. We've already talked about how talented they are, but they're also a unique people. They're multilingual in many cases, and they're very devoted and hardworking. So it was a combination of those things that led us to invest in Moldova, as well as its proximity to, or really being part of Southeastern Europe. And we have a large business in Romania. And so to us, there's a lot of convergence and a lot of integration happening with Moldova and the rest of the Southeastern European countries.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe we'll stay with you. So now I would like to double click on each of your industries, right? So we have, again, energy, we have financial services, we have wine, and we have telecom technology. So let's double click on it and try to bring the investment thesis to life and how you see the opportunity, but also challenges in your particular industry. So starting with you, Peter, again, the energy sector.
Well, from the energy sector perspective, I mean, the opportunity was discussed earlier. Digital Hollywood, as the Prime Minister mentioned, or digital inclusion, none of that happens without a very strong electrical backbone to the country. And so it's our electricity distribution network that we believe is very modern. We've invested over 60 million euros into the network over the last 3 years to make sure that it is able to work in a world where you have an increased amount of renewable resources, you have an increased demand on electricity throughout the day and throughout the working week and on the weekends. And so for us, really important to have that backbone, which really drives the rest of the economy in Moldova in many ways. In terms of challenges, it's less about Moldova. For us, it's a little bit more about the overall energy market. I mean, if you look at what's happened in the energy market over the last 5 years, we went from an environment where in 2020, right at the onset of COVID, we had the lowest energy prices that most of us have seen in our lifetime. Fast forward to 2 years, we've had the highest energy prices that we've seen in our lifetime. And it's that sort of volatility that really keeps us on our toes as an energy company. So that's really the biggest challenge for us. It's the energy markets, which are volatile, and at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're flexible and that we are efficient so that we can deliver the lowest energy prices to consumers in Moldova and the rest of the Southeastern European region.
Thank you, Peter. Let's move to financial services. Without us, you invested in MAIB, as you said, in 2018. I hope you see it as a good investment for you because we joined you in this investment. We do see it as a good investment, but maybe you bring it to life a little bit to us. What's the opportunity in the financial services sector and why should investors care about that particular one?
Yes, it has been a very good investment and will be for many years. So since 2018, our loan portfolio grew by more than 15% per year. And this will continue. Why? Because Moldova it has to grow faster than Western economies, and the banking is the backbone of any economy. So I respectfully disagree with the Prime Minister of Moldova that MAIB is very big. On European scale, we are very small bank, and we are investors as well in Lithuania in the 4th largest bank, and MAIB is like 2 times smaller in the balance sheet. So the growth will continue, and what we achieved in 5 years, it's incredible transformation from a corporate bank to retail and SME oriented bank, very much focused on the customer. Because like a couple of examples, in 2018 to receive consumer credit, it took like 2 weeks and you have to bring a bunch of papers. Now you can do with a couple of clicks on the app, and majority of applications processed in a couple of hours. So digitalization will continue, and now majority of our deposits and loans are issued through digital channels. And I believe once we meet, let's say, 5 years from now, so MAIB will be double or triple the size.
Thank you, without us. And moving to Alex, and here maybe in full disclosure, I also happen to be the chair of this company, and I took the risk of convincing Alex, who was the managing director of McKinsey in Romania, to drop his fancy, high-paying consulting job and join a bunch of farmers, basically. So Alex, you could have worked for a bank, you could have run a technology company. Why did you join effectively a farming company, a wine company, Purcari? And what's the opportunity there?
So first of all, I have worked with many, many banks, and hence I could not have worked for any bank because it's just too much for me in terms of bureaucracy, but that's a different conversation. No, but for Purcari, and you actually stole my line, that because you told me that we're a company of peasants, you call it. The way I look at the consumer goods space in Moldova, I think Moldova is a nation of winemakers. I think Moldova is a nation of farmers. And this is in the DNA of the country. And the only thing I can say is that, okay, productivity will grow, but commercial sophistication is there. And, there is a concept of the flying winemaker. I think Moldovans are flying wine merchants. And why do I say this? Thursday night, I was flying back to Bucharest. There was, I think, a team of roughly 8 to 10 representatives of winemaking companies. We were in a business lounge in Chisinau airport. They were getting ready to ship a plane to Tokyo, I think. They're going all the way across the globe trying to sell Moldovan wines. And this is, trust me, it's not easy. You know, it's much easier to sell French wine than Moldovan wine, and they're pushing very hard. And I think this is, again, the point of resilience that consumer goods players, not just winemakers, in Moldova have shown. And they fight very hard every day, and they're quite successfully, if you think of exports of agricultural products from Moldova. So that's the general thesis. For me in particular, Purcari is a unique case of track record and ambition, because some people have one or the other, but very few have both. And in our case, you know, it's all due to the inspiration of Mr. Bostan, the founder. We have a joke every day. It's okay, you've sold 1 million bottles or not? This is where the conversation starts. You know, we keep on pushing.
Thank you, Alex. I liked Prime Minister's, this morning, Moldova's Prime Minister's line that Moldova is like California because we have our Napa Valley, but we also have our Silicon Valley. So we're scoring we're punching above our weight both on wine and technology. So it's almost like a Californian business model. I really like that branding for the country. So from Napa Valley, let's go to the sort of Silicon Valley. So Carolina, the word to you. You're in the telecom business, but in much more advanced technologies. So what's the story there and what's the opportunity there?
Well, the story again, yeah, we were talking about how important, yes, and that financial sector is the blood. Wine is also blood, we can say. We are also saying blood of Moldovans. Telecom is definitely the heart, because without critical infrastructure arranged, without good data coverage, penetration, accessibility, you can't do business nowadays. And I think during time of COVID, we have seen it quite well. And here I also would like to thank the government, and Mr. Dumitru Alaiba is here with us. We really have very nice, very good constructive dialogue. Also, I need to mention about the private-public partnerships that we have had. Actually, we were the 8th country in the globe that launched mobile ID back in 2012. Since then, it is used with many services that government is offering. And it is definitely something that we should further enhance and be really happy about. Indeed, the government has this very much far-sighted view that to fight corruption, you need just to remove the physical interaction. And the more services you digitalize, the better environment you have in the country. And to have really a good digital service, you need to have infrastructure on one hand, and on the other hand, you need to have IT developers. And again, here we have heard today from the Prime Minister and also the Deputy Prime Minister that we have really good IT park facilities here in Moldova, the 7% flat tax rate. Recently, it has been added with additional services that could be there. And we have quite good predictability because the law has extended the term till 2035. And it is very much welcoming for the investors. Yeah, the case of Endava has been mentioned. What I need to say that my brother is actually also working in Endava and is developing their business in Singapore and Australia. And I'm very proud to have be part of Moldova that has been really gone globally. This is how actually our shareholder, his idea is that he's taking Nepal to the world. Once he has bought Moldcell, he said, look, I will take Moldova to the world as well. So Moldcell has become a center of excellence in terms of telecom. And yesterday we actually have signed an SPA for acquiring an operator in Kyrgyzstan, the majority stake from V1 Group. And I'm really proud that me and my colleague Cenk here has been part of this due diligence, and we have really successfully managed this job. Of course, if we look from Moldova's perspective, telecom, of course, is very much linked to the number of people that you have in the country. But definitely linking telecom with financial services is something, and it is about the digital inclusion and financial inclusion together. That's why Moldcell has launched beginning of last year its mobile financial services, the wallet. And actually globally, there are transactions of 2 billion transactions daily that go through mobile financial services globally. And I think in the region, we still have a way to go there. Definitely a perspective for development.
The Maib guys, I think the Maib team should take note of a disruptor here who's going after your business, but I'll leave it to...
Competition is also always
that's always great. So maybe we'll stay with you, just for the ease of the logistics here on stage. So not to put you on the spot, Carolina, but you've been exploring capital market ideas for Moldcell or the group, and this could be a potential venue. And now you bought this Kyrgyzstan business. Maybe you're thinking of financing mechanisms there. So what is the potential for you, for your group, and what is the opportunity in terms of capital markets like the Bucharest Stock Exchange?
Yeah, definitely this is something interesting for the group. For Moldcell, by its own, maybe it's not that big of a transaction that we could look into, but looking at the group level, and especially with its ambition to explore and increase its telecom area, it is definitely something to look at. And together with combining with the financial services, it becomes much more interesting for exploring capital markets. What can I say? That as Moldcell, governance-wise, we are very much ready. And we are also the only operator in Moldova that has 100% European network provider. Our partner is Ericsson, also here present. And we have been really investing this throughout our almost 24 years. And again, yes, we have inherited our governance processes from Telia and enhanced them with our new shareholder. This year we will be first time adopting ESG principle, actually 2023, and reporting now. It is not something related to compliance, it is something that we want to do, and of course preparing on the longer run for capital markets.
Thank you, Carolina. Maybe I'll jump to Peter again, just to connect the two, to build a bridge between the two sides of this panel. So the name of this event is Capital Bridges, and your group is present in both markets, both Moldova and Romania. So you have strong footprint in both. What can you tell us about the interaction of these two markets, how important it is, does it create opportunities, and you being in both of these markets, maybe you have a comparative perspective on both.
Sure. I mean, for us, we do have a very sizable energy business in Romania as well as in Moldova. As I mentioned, we are 75% of the people receive their electricity from us in the Republic of Moldova. We're also the largest renewable aggregator, manager of renewable assets in both countries, and that's a business that continues to grow rapidly for us. But in terms of the two markets, I mean, for us, it's, there's a convergence happening and there's an integration happening. And I think it's very important for the people of Moldova to have a choice on where they get their energy from. So there is more and more integration with the Romanian network, both on the electricity side as well as on the natural gas side, which we think is important. And that, at the end of the day, should allow for the Moldovan people to receive their energy at the lowest prices possible. And so we see a lot of, what does it mean, integration? It means that energy can flow freely between the two countries. There's plenty of capacity for that to happen. And I think this is a story for the rest of Southeastern Europe, where there's more and more sort of the ability of energy to flow in between all the countries. So that's really the important thing. And, it's to be efficient from an energy perspective for the people.
And Peter, this question is not in the scenario, but these questions are always the most fun. So in terms of Bucharest Stock Exchange, local capital markets, anything you can tell us, like what do you think about them? Like what opportunities are seeing there?
So for our business, we've had a lot of growth over the last 10 years. We've grown the business from about 13 million euros of revenue 10 years ago to about €1 billion level today, and we see a lot of potential for growth, especially on the electricity generation side from renewables, and that requires capital. So we're always on the lookout to diversify our financing sources, so you need to always keep your mind open and look at opportunities, including in the capital markets potentially.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective on this. Look, for all of this to work, we kind of have to address the elephant in the room. So without us, maybe I'll reach out to you. Your country does have a direct border with Russia, if I'm not wrong, Lithuania, right?
So Kaliningrad.
Yeah, Kaliningrad, yes.
Visit Russia.
So let's address it. Of course, I think any discussion would be incomplete if we don't address that risk. So I'm sure many potential investors in this room actually are concerned about the war, the conflict, and the potential spillover of Moldova. So what's your perspective on this, and why are you taking comfort and still remaining committed to Moldova and actually looking to invest more?
So it's normal to be concerned, and we all, as citizens of Europe, should fight the aggressor. But on the other hand, if you're looking for opportunities, so where you should invest in factories for reconstruction of Ukraine. So one obvious choice would be Poland, because it's close, it's large. But another obvious choice is Moldova. And at Maib, when the war started, so we had this discussion, what should we do? And I'm really glad the decision was to continue lending to the economy, because there is this joke about bankers that they offer you umbrella when the sun is shining and take it back when it's raining, So we decided to be counter-cyclical, and in many months, our new loans market share is 50%. So if you are an investor, and this war for sure will end with Ukrainian victory, so if you're looking capitalize on those billions of dollars which will flow, so Moldova will be one of the choices to invest. And obviously construction of new facilities, new factories, it doesn't take 3 months. With all the planning procedures and so on, it might take 3 years, so the time is now.
Yeah, thank you, Tautas. If I may add here, because I'm based in Kiev. Normally, I'm getting this question a lot, and when people ask me what's the chance of the Russian army making it to Moldova, I always tell them that look at the map. There are 6 very important water barriers between the closest Russian troops and Moldova. And without pretending to be a military strategist, still just looking at the facts, it took Russia 5 months to conquer 29 square kilometers in Avdiivka and 120,000 of troops based there. So what it would take to cross 6 huge water barriers, including the Dnipro River, which is one of the largest in Europe. Look, staying with this Russia topic, but changing tune a little bit. So Alex, Purcari used to sell 90% of their wines to Russia. After the embargo completely reinvented the business model, has been growing at 20% per year for many, many years. Very successful company, highest EBITDA margin of any wine company in the world. What's the source of the competitive advantage? Because you said it yourself that, it's not like selling French wine.
I like to think that the secret sauce, it's actually a very exceptional combination of winemaking ability and market understanding. Because we have a say in the company, and this comes from, it's going to sound like I'm preaching Mr. Bostan's words, but I am. The say goes that whatever wine you don't sell today, you don't sell tomorrow. That's number one. And the second one, which is important, is that the best wine is the one that gets sold. Okay? And this comes from a winemaker. And we do have debates, despite the high profitability, as to whether some investments make sense, whether we really need those ingredients in, fertilizers, and we really need to do all these things. We always get the answer that we must, because we are Purcari and have a certain standard. But despite this, we are actually able to grow profitably. And most winemakers actually get in love with the product, even beyond what customers want, because, of course, customers are never as sophisticated as the winemaker, and they end up not selling the wine. So I think this is the unique advantage for Purcari. And we're fighting hard to nurture it even further.
Yeah, and by the way, not to contradict you here, but I don't think it's easier to sell French wine compared to Moldovan wine. And I'll tell you why. Because French wine, you're like the wine number 9,355 French wine. It's like, ordering spaghetti carbonara in a restaurant, but people want something new, right? I think Moldova has a great chance to differentiate there, and that's why it's so successful. Okay, last round of questions. Back to the name of this event, Capital Bridges. For those of you who are maybe not very familiar with the history of this part of the world, Moldova and Romania used to be a single country. We speak the same language. We have the same history. We watch Romanian television. They listen to our singers, right? And they pretend that our singers are Romanian singers, which is not true, of course, but in general, the two countries are very intertwined. So more than a third of the people have Romanian citizenship in Moldova. There's 3 flights a day from Chisinau to Bucharest, and it goes on and on and on. For your companies, for your sectors, what does it mean, and what does it mean for investors considering this interlinkage? The order in any order, without us.
I can start. So, as it was mentioned today, more than 1 million of Moldovans have Romanian passport. And for MAIB, this is an opportunity to enter a much larger Romanian market with the digital product. And also the size of the capital market, so it's obvious that if you would like to access capital market, you should do that here in Bucharest.
Thank you. Peter?
Again, for us, it's about the convergence and the integration from an energy perspective of the two countries. We just recently announced an acquisition of the Chezvanzara business, so we will have about 2.5 million customers between Romania and Moldova, which is a sizable amount. And so, we want to make sure we take care of those customers in both countries.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Carolina, and then Alex.
Yeah, Moldova, as you said, Moldova and Romania are basically one people, and we had very nice discussions in the first speakers that said that there are other ways to come much faster to EU. And from the telecom perspective, it is very much similar, very competitive market. In Romania, we have 4 competitors for 22 million population. In Moldova, 3 competitors for 3 million population. In terms of penetration, we are also very much similar. In Moldova is much higher, probably because we are a bit more advanced in terms of IoT and M2M, because it is much easier to apply new technologies to a smaller market. In terms of data penetration and 4G penetration, it is also pretty much similar. It is almost 80% for both countries. The only differentiation point is that in Romania, we already have 1.5 million 5G subscribers. In Moldova, the market is not that much ready yet because it is mostly a B2B service, and the data speeds in Moldova are quite high. If we look also, the data consumption per user per day is also very much similar, like 9 gigabytes per day. So what we need to indeed work with the regulator and with the ministry to see how are we not remaining very far behind the industry all over the world, but at the same time we invest very much reasonable in terms of frequencies and in terms of technology. So this is something that is coming in the next year, is starting this year actually. And definitely what we should look at is the difference in ARPU that we have in Moldova is 3.5 euro and in Romania is 5.5 euro. And ARPU is representing very much the disposable income, the well-being of the population. So we still have where to grow, and definitely with the EU integration, we will help our people to become more wealthy and be able to use more of the services of their telecom providers. And definitely something that both of the countries need to look into is the digital integration of the elderly, because in both countries we do have a growing proportion of elderly, and this is a project that Mulțel is very much dealing with the Ministry of Social Protection and Labor and support of UNFPA, and it has been this project has been really praised at UN Congress in Geneva 2 times, in Rome. So, and the other idea that has been discussed also today is about creating future professions, and this is also a project where Mulțel is involved together with the university, together with USAID and Swedish government, in really helping the universities create and leverage on the creative youth that we have in Moldova and teach them the new digital skills that they could stay in Moldova or work from Greece, from the beach, also for Moldovan company, and contribute to the GDP growth in Moldova. Another area where our regulators have really been pioneering, and from 2020, we have already implemented with Romanian operators like Roam Like Home, and from last year, December, already we have a voluntary agreement and with EU operators, and what I would like to ask more of the EU operators to sign this agreement, because only 4 operators from Europe has signed, and so that we really start this voluntary approach much more earlier before it is coming something mandatory.
Thank you, Carolina, for your optimistic take. And Alex, you're closing this panel, and maybe you please prepare questions. If you have the best questions, we'll get a glass of wine with an intro from the Deputy CEO.
Just a glass?
We'll make it a bottle for the best ones.
Yeah, just a few thoughts, and I'll try to be structured. You know, we're discussing that one of the big opportunities in the room is Moldova's economic convergence with the EU and likely and hopeful integration within the EU. It just dawned on me as I was listening that one of the main beneficiaries of Romania's accession and convergence with the EU has been actually my company. We set up Romanian operations in 2003. It took us 20 years, but last year we were #1 in Romania. And we've grown significantly. Romania accounts for 60% of the group's sales. And probably, I mean, we would have not reached these levels without Romania's convergence. And I think with hindsight, everyone in the room would probably have invested in Romania back 20 years ago, knowing what we know now. So the second best thing we can do, given that that one is not possible unless we travel in time, is to look at the next best opportunity that we have next door. And one of the things that I have learned over my last 3 months in Moldova, it's the point that Peter raised. It's the multilingual, multicultural dimension that Moldova has, which is a unique opportunity for Romania to have a long-term option into everything that it's a Russian-speaking sphere. And if we really think long-term, like the 20 years it took Purcari to reach #1 position in Romania, this is an area that you want to be. And I think even as close as Ukraine, if you don't speak Russian, I know Ukrainians probably have a difficult relationship with Russian today, but as a lingua franca, for investors to want to get along in Ukraine, Russian is essential. And as far as I know, not many Romanians speak Russian. Yeah, but not that many. Yeah.
No, that's a great point, actually. I'm happy we end on this optimistic note, because indeed, there's two things you said that really resonate, I think, with me as well, you know, as an investor in this region, that when people think of Moldova as a 2.5 million or 3 million, including Transnistria, people market, you know, I think it's maybe not the complete way to look at it. So the way to look at Moldova is to understand that many Moldovan companies see Romania as an extension of the domestic market. And then suddenly a 3 million opportunity becomes a 23 million opportunities. And if our government will continue on this path of liberalization, digitalization, simplification, and creating a very, very attractive business environment, and here, sorry for the advertorial, but in the ease of doing business, Moldova has been consistently scoring a little bit ahead of Romania, and maybe I will stop there with this advertorial. You know, so this indeed creates opportunities for companies to operate out of the, say, very business-friendly environment in Moldova, but tap the large, attractive, high-growth Romanian market. And the other way around, indeed, for Romania to use Moldova as a beachhead towards the Slavic world and position themselves well for the reconstruction of Ukraine is going to be the biggest reconstruction project after the Second World War. $700 billion are at stake here, if we're looking at the numbers. And of course, Romanian companies should think, I think today already, okay, how can we leverage, you know, Moldova and the connections, cultural connections, linguistic connections, to position us to get a piece of that reconstruction. So on this optimistic note, thank you very much, the panel, for your engaging discussions, and let's open it for questions. I see your hand. You see what wine is making miracles.
Question to Mr. Philip. Thank you very much, everybody, for the nice insight that you give us all. Can you give us some details about the mission to Japan?
Yes, this is an industry body sponsored. It's ONVV Wines of Moldova sponsoring this event, and I think there are probably 10 wineries from Moldova that go there. And I think Japan is just one instance. We were 3 weeks ago, all of us, I think there were 50 wineries from Moldova in Düsseldorf at ProWine, which is the largest wine event in the world. And to give you a sense of the drive and thrive that, you know, Moldovans put into this, there were 20 Romanian wineries attending the same event, 50 versus 20. And if you think of total wine production, so Romania is much bigger. And this is where the benefit of scale and having a domestic market actually plays to someone's disadvantage, because they probably get complacent and they don't need to sell that much abroad, whereas Moldovans need to, because we have you know, a big production compared to capita. So this is the context.
Thank you. And another hand.
No, because we have live translation, sorry.
Yes, as an investor investing in the agriculture sector, my understanding is Moldova does not allow external investors to invest and own agricultural land there. That's a challenge. Let's discuss that, because you guys are probably better experts than I would be on that.
I think the best positioned person maybe to address this question is the Minister of Economy. He's here front row, so why not put him on the spot?
Okay, I just did.
It's also a political question, because we have been tackling this question as Foreign Investors Association and European Business Association, and it is not such an easy situation whenever you have elections, and you need to understand that it is a very sensitive, but definitely we need to continue. And with the EU accession, actually the legislation should be aligned, and ultimately, once we will be in EU, it will be possible.
Maybe we'll give the word to Dumitru Alaiba, the Minister of Economy, actually, because he may have a view too.
Thank you, Vasile, you're a true friend. Now, the thing is, I mean, what I say right now can so easily be weaponized and used by Russian propaganda exactly in this pre-electoral period that we are in, because land is such a sensitive subject to Moldova. So what we're doing is we're streamlining all the reforms. We're cleaning up everything from the point of view of doing business. This is a reform that might alienate or might confuse a lot of people. So far, from what I know, there are multiple solutions for foreigners to do business in agriculture in Moldova. If there is a conversation coming on the subject, it will probably be another government and another minister pushing this reform ahead, and this is in all honesty. I think we have so many structural issues to move that could benefit greatly the economy before we have this conversation in the society.
Thank you, Minister, for your frank answer, but maybe not to let an opportunity go. The way to structure it is you do a 49 years lease, and you have a call option on buying this land if the legislation changes, and you have a nominal allowed by the law rate on this lease. That's how we did it at Purcari, fully transparent. We disclose it to our investors, and so far the investors took comfort in this structure because it's fully transparent, it's compliant with the law, and at the same time does allow the control of the land. So yes, it's not ideal, but it it provides the comfort necessary to the foreign investors. Rafaela, one more question.
I'm afraid I'm going to touch another sensitive issue, the currency. Can you give us your view on whether the national currency matters? Is it a barrier? Is it all going to be euro and dollar as soon as you scale up? I mean, how do you think about FX risk, if at all? Maybe not at all.
I'm looking at the panel, but I'm also looking at Georgi Shagidze here. You know, he runs the largest bank. You probably have a view on this.
I think one of the strongest points for Moldovan economy is indeed the very stable currency rate. And if you go back 20 years, the currency rate is one of the most competitive if you compare it to the rest of the emerging market countries. Going forward, what would be the best for Moldova is maybe very difficult for me right now to say, but from this perspective, I would really highlight the strong point of this. Then 60% going to Europe already means that the economy is very close with Europe.
Maybe I can add, so for example, when we invested in our Excel, we had currency depreciation, but it didn't happen. And I also compare it to Lithuania's currency board model, where we had a peg to the dollar, later to the euro. And there were a lot of renowned economists criticizing the model, saying you should devalue. But the answer was you should just work harder and be more efficient. And this stable currency is one of the attributes that at least it takes out the one thing to worry about. So, and to my surprise, economy is not dollarized. So people are dealing in lei, and if it's some bar you ask to pay in euro, so maybe they will accept at some bad rate, but in general, its national currency is used. And as well with Ukrainian war, so many refugees going through the country, so they bring currency, and there is like natural demand. But for an investor, I would say that this is a positive stable currency.
Thank you. Very engaged. How are we doing on time? We need to transition to the next one because I'm seeing more. We need to cut. I'm really sorry for this. But thank you for attending this panel. The next one is going to be a lot of fun too. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you to our panelists.
Well, Vasile, you didn't mention who gets the wine, but probably all the questions will get wine, right? Mulțumim foarte mult.
Thank you. The third panel refers to the banking sector of the Republic of Moldova, preparation for growth. It will be moderated by Brian Carter, Associate Director, EBRD, together with Gheorghe Shachitzi, President of MAIB, Harald Broger, Head of Group Raiffeisen Bank International, and Gianmarco Felice, member of the ProCredit Group Council or Board. We invite you on stage.
Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the panel on banking. I did try to offer my services for the first panel of the day on macro, thinking I'm an economist after all, but the services have not been accepted, and therefore here we are again. This panel is separating us from wine tasting, but I hope that you will stay with us. I'd like to give a brief introduction of the panelists in my way, because Gheorghe is a CEO of MAIB, the largest bank in Moldova, which is one of the EBRD investments. Gianmarco is a member of the management board of ProCredit Holding, another EBRD investment. And Harald, although you are on the Raiffeisen Group, but there is a Raiffeisen Bank Aval in Ukraine, where EBRD is also a shareholder. And I worked on all of these investments, therefore all of these companies are very close to my heart. So I'd like to begin with Gheorghe. If you can set the scene and tell us about the banking sector in Moldova, what is the current state, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges?
Yes, good afternoon again, and thanks for being with us. I think the recent news of Moldova's opportunity to become member of European Union clearly is a huge opportunity for the country, for our customers, for people, and then for the banking sector. I just want to start with this. But if you speak about the banking sector, there are few areas where the banking sector stands out to be very strong. Number one, this is a very low penetration, and if you think from the loan to GDP perspective, the current number is about 20%. So one of the lowest among across all the peer countries that you can think of. Number two, this is very healthy portfolio, both from the perspective of NPLs and NPL coverages. Then we go to liquidity, and very strong liquidity with the strong diaspora of Moldova generating lots of stable, diversified funding for the banking sector. And capital, of course, the equity to assets is one of the strongest across all these countries. One more point, which is also important, is the initiatives of the government to implement the digital services or digital government services, which basically creates quite good infrastructure for us, for the banks to grow, to utilize these opportunities, and for this growth to be very long-term and healthy and stable.
Thank you, Gheorghe. Harald, you've gone through many countries that have been going into the EU. What has been your experience in terms of access to funding, in terms of equity and debt?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. I have the privilege to be on many conferences and panels, but this one I will never forget. It's really inspiring to be part of that. Thank you very much. You know, I think one is, of course, we all expect a reduction in equity costs and funding costs, and we also believe from all our analysis that that will be the case. But I think what is super important for the individual institution to understand is the EU accession alone is not doing that trick. Every institution needs to be prepared for increased regulation, for increased transparency, for also increased competition. And therefore, for a lot of work, so a lot of work is required on individual institution level in order to really benefit from the decrease in the capital costs and funding costs that definitely will happen on average. You know, number-wise, if we look into comparable situations, what we see is, you know, we were looking into one specific case where when the EU accession started, or the discussion started, we were roughly of 19% cost of capital. And then during the process, that went down to 12. At the same time, spread over US Treasuries, if we talk about funding costs, decreased roughly by 4 percentage points. So that was a different time. That was a time when rates were on a downward trend globally and risk appetite was increasing. So, you know, it cannot be repeated everything one-on-one, but definitely it gives a clear indication on the direction and also on the magnitude. But what I think is even more important than, you know, talking about basis points in cost of equity and cost of funding is simply the availability. So this is where, you know, the big music plays, because what we need is the availability of funding, and that will definitely increase with each and every step and each and every clarity that this process is going into the right direction.
Great, thank you. Gianmarco, ProCredit is one of the unique institutions that is present both in Romania and in Moldova. What experiences can you draw from that?
Yes, Brian, indeed. ProCredit has been operating in both Moldova and Romania now for 20 years. I also had the privilege to be here based in Bucharest for 2 years, from 2008 to 2010, managing our bank in Romania. And I can say that the integration with the European Union market really acted as a booster to the Romanian economy and allowed for a much higher flow of capital, but also know-how and access to markets for Romanian companies. My sense is that for Moldova, the opportunities perhaps are even higher, proportionally speaking, because, of course, being a smaller market, Moldova will greatly benefit from the integration with a much larger market. It's not self-sustainable alone in that sense, and therefore can really greatly benefit from that anchoring with the European family, so to say. Now, the European integration, I think, also will facilitate more regional integration. We spoke a lot today about the synergy between Romania and Moldova. Indeed, sometimes being part of the same club can facilitate even neighbors to trade more and to do more together. Geography ultimately is destiny. I can give you an example of the opportunities that can arise with that context. The European banking passport. ProCredit has invested in a greenfield investment in Greece 5 years ago. We did that using the European passport from our bank in Bulgaria. And therefore, we managed to enter a complex, developed market, more regionally focused in the north, in the region around Thessaloniki, with a minimum investment and also a lower footprint from the regulatory point of view, and grew bottom-up. And nowadays, our operation in Greece contributes 25% to the profit of the bank in Bulgaria, which is the most profitable bank in ProCredit. So that, I think, opens really opportunities for the country moving forward.
Thank you, Gianmarco. We probably should touch on the geopolitical risk, although it has been discussed a lot during the day. But from the banking perspective, from the perspective of your clients in Moldova, how they have adapted to it?
Yes, of course, this is important. I think it's been already addressed throughout the day from various points, but from the perspective of our customers and how they are basically surviving. Number one is that Moldovan companies had already diversified from Russia and post-CIS region to more Europe even before the war. And today we've been speaking about the wine industry quite a lot, and we all know that about 10-15 years ago, 80% of the wine export was to Russia. After the embargo, then 80%, 95% goes to Europe. Most of it goes to 95% is export, and most of it goes to Europe. We did do the research when the war started. We wanted to understand what's the exposure of Moldovan companies from logistical capital and perspective with the region. And what we found out is that only 10% of the companies had the exposure to the region, and only 10% of that 10% had the exposure more than 20%. So this is very long way mathematically saying that before the war, exposure to the region and to the Russian companies was already quite low. And clearly then, with all the opportunities, all the emotions, and all the focus that this war created, since then this exposure has been further decreased, and we would say that has been overcome. Of course, we need to see more confidence from business perspective to invest more. So this is the only remaining thing that we are observing today.
Great, thank you. Harold, what is the view of the investors? Do they think that the risk is now retained, contained? Do they accept it now going forward?
So, for sure, all investors are mindful on geopolitical risk. What is super important for a country, but also for a region, is that we are developing a narrative, a geopolitical narrative, which is then also supported by bigger players who then, do not just do the talking, but also the walking, bring in funds, and then, a path is there where then also private money is following. So I think we need to understand we are, all that we are here and all those that might follow, we are, as we can see it here, in the bridge building business. And those bridges, there is of course some risk in it, but we build those for generation, and we are not in the flying fox business. So, I think people are aware, and we see a lot of positive momentum, and this is really, really good news.
Great, thank you. Gianmarco, to you again. Can you talk about other areas of banking in terms of the transaction cost and general cost of doing business, what it means when you go into the EU?
With pleasure, Bayan, if I may comment on the previous question as well, because not only we have a bank in Moldova, but we have a bank in Ukraine. I've been working for 20 years in Eastern Europe, and I'm always been profoundly amazed by the resilience of the people and the companies operating in this region. Something that somehow in Western Europe we lost a little bit in the wealth of the last 70, 80 years. People and companies here react, adjust, and perform. And this is really a pleasure to see. Now, back to your new question. Look, we are a German bank. We're actually the only German bank present in Eastern Europe. And by being a German bank, we act naturally as a bridge between German companies, the German economy, and Eastern Europe. So we see and we intersect a lot of the flow of capital moving from one country to the region. And indeed, the European integration meant in Romania, but also in Bulgaria, enhance interest from German companies to invest in these countries, but also new markets for companies originating from this region, and as well opportunities to invest in capital-intensive investments such as machinery to improve productivity, making the best out of the technological advances coming from Western Europe. Now, of course, all of this flow of capital needs to be facilitated. There is a cost associated with it, and with the integration to the EU, those costs are significantly reduced. Now, Romania moved away from SWIFT platform as a payment instrument, so to say, into SEPA in 2012. Now, Moldova is taking the same steps. We have introduced instant payments in Moldova successfully in the last few weeks, actually. It was, I'm glad, at least I don't know for all the other institutions in the country, but my sense is that it worked very well. It definitely worked very well for ProCredit. And therefore, those are the little steps which eventually will decrease the cost and increase the speed and security of transactions, which is the bread and butter of business and banking. But if it is not there, then you feel it in the long run.
Good, thank you. Georgi, I'd like to touch on the agri sector. We talked a little bit about it already, specifically on the wine sector, but agri accounts for 12% of Moldova's GDP, and if you think about the export, then it's almost 50%, so you can't ignore that. What is the situation with your clients in the agri sector in Maiv, and where do you see it transitioning further with the accession to the EU?
Yes, I think for this sector, EU transition is maybe most beneficial, or one of the most beneficial, because we understand that there are so many dedicated programs from EU that will support the productivity and the increase in scale and increase in efficiency for the sector. Where we stand with the sector right now, we are one of the largest lenders there. The last 2 years were not very successful in years for the agri sector, and this year it seems to be much better than the last 2 years, which will be the big upside for the economy for this year. But overall, if I take the longer term picture, we are seeing the agro contribution into economy not to be as big as it used to be in the past, especially with the new sectors like IT and the innovations that we are hearing. The contribution is decreasing. The path to EU will strengthen further the sector and will ensure that there is more efficiency, more sale, the bigger market that they can access to, and the agri sector will benefit from EU accession much.
Gianmarco, can you talk further on the Romania, because you have a lot of experience there?
Yes, I get very excited anytime we talk about agriculture. Indeed, we also focus in ProCredit on agribusinesses. 20% of our loan book is actually agriculture. There's more than 1.2 billion euro currently outstanding in the countries around the Danube river, so to say, historically good agricultural producers. I agree with Georgi. We are going to see the agricultural sector strongly benefiting from integration. Perhaps one of the most important sector benefiting from having a better access to capital and know-how, just like all the other companies, but also to subsidy programs coming from Brussels. The Common Agricultural Policy does have an impact. We see this in Romania quite profoundly. If you analyze the P&L of agribusinesses, you will see the subsidy component playing a material role in the overall results of companies. But it's not only a question of subsidies, it's really a question of know-how. We also see in Romania Western agri-producers which bring with them scale. They aggregate land in bigger farm holding, therefore increasing productivity and efficiency. They mechanize. They introduce technology. I mean, there is nothing more fascinating than seeing self-driving harvester with drones flying above for precision agriculture. There is a lot of action happening. The view that we have of farmers with one actor plotting somewhere and growing something is an old view. The view now is that below 5,000 hectares, they are not sustainable, so to say, and those are the type of businesses and above that we finance. There is a whole new chapter connected to green transformation of the agricultural sector that is coming up. There is a huge EU effort to green up the agricultural sector, and we have to, because food security is very important, but this is one of the most polluting sector in the economy. CO2 emissions are one of the highest, so to say. And sustainable agriculture will bring lots of opportunities, not only for the planet, which we have to, of course, but also for those entrepreneurs and consumers that will benefit from a better produce and in a way, a produce that can also create local jobs and a local supply chains. So very much in line with Georgi said.
Thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the flow of workers, people, because when we think about EU, we think about flow of goods and services, but it also means people. And when we think about Moldova, we talk about people leaving the country to seek opportunities elsewhere. But what I'm glad to see is some of the people coming back to the country. We have Aliona and Makar in the top management of Maiv. We just heard Alex in Purcari from Romania, and of course Anca Drago, who recently became the head of the NBM, and that's a great trend. hopefully that would continue, because what is important for the country is interesting projects that bring the people back or from other countries. Harold, what has been your experience when the investment climate is improving? Does it mean that the people are attracted to the country?
So I think we all, regardless in which state we are fighting for both seasoned experts and emerging talent. So this is irrespective where we are. What we have seen in several comparable situations is, of course, the EU also come with a complete freedom of movement at some point in time, and there is an inherent risk. So we have seen some brain drain really in other countries, and therefore I'm really happy that this also is already addressed and very well addressed on high level of the government. We have seen really inspiring examples today, which I was not even aware of. So who would not get tempted to work from the beach in Greece, which is also a very nice country. What I think is very important is how you also interact with the diaspora. So I have seen some cases where countries very successfully managed to tap this potential, in those cases bringing them back really physically, but if here we have tools to also work with them on a virtual basis, potentially even more interesting. So I think it can be addressed, but it requires definitely attention.
Great, thank you. Gianmarco, can we talk about technology? Because that's one of the areas that you are passionate about, because of course your background is the head of people, right?
Yeah, indeed. Before I get to technology, let me a couple of words on people. Don't get annoyed with me. It is maybe two trends that we observe. One is that some of the people start coming back. People that have gained experience in the West, particularly in high-skilled jobs, particularly in the capital, where the quality of life is higher. But we do see a repatriation of expats that bring value with them. And the second trend, interesting enough, I think Romania and Moldova and many countries in Eastern Europe need to learn to adopt a policy for immigration, because we also see people coming from farther east, taking the low-skilled jobs, which have been vacated by people then moving onward to the West. And here is a positive, I think, is a positive trend, but also labor protection, welcoming these people, integrating them in society is going to be a chapter for the future of these countries if they want to become true European citizens in the long run. Now, back to technology. Technology also has greatly improved in the last 20 years in general, but also in the region because of the know-how and the capital that is brought here by companies from Western Europe. Joining the European Union aligns regulatory environments. This facilitates the flow of technology. We saw this in ProCredit. I can give you a couple of examples of how this plays out on the ground. I think we were one of the first, maybe still the only, Western European banking group in Eastern Europe which has migrated all of its information and data into the cloud. When we started the journey in 2000, when we started our banks at Greenfield Investment, we all built our data centers locally, and they all became relatively quickly large and legacy. So we decided at some point that we needed to scale up our operation, and we decided to migrate all the data center into a private-public hybrid cloud environment. The hybrid setup is such as that the private segment is in Frankfurt data centers, and the public we use Azure. When we did this project, we started with Romania in 2016 because the regulatory environment, being part of the EU, facilitated that process. And we came to Moldova 5 years later. We did the same, but with a significantly higher level of pain, let me put it like that. But I still think that he has also served the purpose, because he has opened up new possibilities for the country, for companies working in Moldova to perhaps follow through, because the future of technology is cloud computing. And therefore, that's one example where being part of a bigger family with a common set of rules does help. The second example is a remote identification of customers. For the worker in Greece that wants to open an account from the beach and work for a company, that was the question. Indeed, ProCredit is a direct bank. We don't have branches for retail clients. We use our technology to bank as a platform, and therefore remote identification of customers is key for us in order to identify properly. AML, KYC is very important from banks, as you know. And we use a face recognition technology and machine learning in order to do that. We did that in Romania 3 years ago, and we are going to do it in Moldova this year, because finally the regulatory environment has changed. And after a lot of discussion, we are still under a lot of discussion with the local regulators, but my sense is that we're moving in the right direction. Integration within the EU will accelerate all of these trends and bring Moldova faster into the future.
If I can continue further on the regulation, because that's a big job, as Harold said, by all the market participants, a lot of work needs to go into it. What is your assessment of the current regulation in Moldova and how far they need to get closer to the EU one?
Yeah, so this is an important question, and in this area we clearly see more opportunity than any downside, and I'll tell you why. First of all, Moldovan banking sector asset structure is very simple. So if you go through our asset structure, our capital structure, it's quite simple. We do have like the pure loans, the local T-bills, mostly equity. We have only one subordinated loan, which meets all the recent criteria and so on. Why this is important? Because it's easy to regulate, and there is nothing much that you can add in the regulation to make the life for the banks like ours more difficult. So that's the one thing about it. The second one is that the current regulation in Moldova is very strict and quite conservative. I have never seen a bank happy with the regulation. Of course, there is always this the bank's view and the regulator view, but then if you take the Moldovan fundamentals, banking sector fundamentals, and compare it to the peer countries, they are very strong. Equity to asset, the liquidity to assets, liquidity to deposits, the NPL coverage, so on. So this is the result of the regulation. So we see that when Moldova progresses towards EU, lots of strict regulations will become consistent with EU regulation. One of the regulations that we have been discussing for many years is the one that we need to change for our IPO to become possible, which in the EU already is smoothed from the perspective of what is the threshold above which the regulators need to approve the new investor. So overall, from the perspective of the story of the regulation, we see that regulation today in Moldova is quite strict, and as we get closer to EU, we will see more relief on certain matters and the better consistency with the EU regulation, which is the upside, clear upside for us.
Harold, I'd like to hear your view, because unlike Georgi and Gianmarco, you're not reporting to the Moldova regulator or the Romanian regulator.
So I'm completely free.
A bit bold in your answers.
So where I very much agree with Georgi is you will not really find a banker who is happy with regulation and will praise it. I think EU regulation is a lot of work. I mentioned that already, and of course bankers comment on that frequently. But this is really not the topic here, because we are talking about mainly also, how can we first build bridges and then also make sure that many investors are using those bridges, and what investors like is transparency and comparability. And regulation is a major brick in that process. It's super important, and that's what the entire Pillar 3 in the framework is about, to provide investor with the possibility to compare opportunities in the financial sector. So I think it's really very, very important to implement frameworks that allow this comparison, and this requires standardized regulation. In the process to the new regulatory regime, we have seen different approaches. I think what is an advantage, because what really matters is, of course, the efficiency in the sector. We heard about that quite often. So there is always a risk if you migrate into a new regulatory regime that you also keep the old one, and at the end you have two. And this is, you know, I think where policymakers and also banks should be vigilant to say, okay, we are going into something new, which also means that at the end we have one new consistent framework and not two that needs to be entertained in parallel, because this is then a drag on the efficiency of the local sector.
Thank you, Gianmarco.
I'm going to get myself in trouble with this, but I have a nuanced view on regulation. On the one hand, of course, it is important. It's a rule-based economy, it's a rule-based society. We need rules. And by and large, the European rules make sense. There is a tendency to over-regulate. If anybody has heard of the DORA directive, the new legislation coming from Brussels on technology, the full 80 glorious pages of it, it is perhaps a step too much, if you ask me. It proves the point that the US innovates and the EU regulates. And we also need to think about innovation, not only about regulation. But by and large, for Moldova, as of now, it is a plus to join a more comprehensive and stable regulatory environment. So let's enjoy that.
And now I'd like to continue to the capital markets, because that's really is the subject of today's discussion. And we all know that there is a Purcari that is listed on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and Endava that originated from Moldova that is listed on New York Stock Exchange. And of course, we all want to see more companies that can tap the capital markets outside of the country. Harold, you have a lot of experience with that. And what are the prerequisites for the companies to be listed, to be able to access the capital markets outside of Moldova?
I think, you know, leaving all the technicalities aside, I think it's mainly three of them. You know, first of all, you need to have a compelling equity story, ideally somehow linked to growth. That's a must. Second, a lot of the governance really needs to be state of the art. You know, that goes from accounting standards to committees, from ESG to code of conduct, and there are many, many, many things more that international investors need to have, and also stock exchanges formulate a lot of that already as a prerequisite. And maybe the third most important one to mention, you need to have a management board or selected representatives of the management board that also can sell that story to investors and that can stay in contact with and manage this super relevant stakeholder group. And that is a very important skill that not necessarily each and every entrepreneur has. So the entrepreneurial skill set and the ability to sell a story to equity investors, that is not the same. And that is definitely something that needs to be addressed. And maybe if you allow a fourth one, of course, you know, Wood & Company and Raiffeisen Bank International, so you should for sure go with the right partners if you do something like that.
Thank you, Georgi. Since MAIB is working with all or most of the blue chip companies in Moldova, what do you see amongst your clients? Are they ready to go and tap the market?
Yes, yes, clearly. We do see our corporate customers to be ready to explore the market with us. In fact, we've been saying this when MAIB does the IPO, and when the largest bank does the IPO on an international stock exchange, it basically allows to the international investors to take equity risk of the country. So basically, MAIB can act as some kind of, can open some kind of gateway on the one hand, to attract the most reputable, successful, experienced international investors in the country, and on the other hand, to help the others to position the country or put Moldova on the map for the international investors as well. And we've seen this in other markets as well. From my personal experience, I've seen it in Georgia as well. When the largest bank did the IPO, then these investors came and started to invest in the rest of the sectors and industries in the country. And we know few of our corporate customers who want to explore both IPO and debt placement on the international stock market. And final word maybe on this is that Moldova is blessed having Romania and Romanian stock exchange welcoming Moldovan companies to open the door and let Moldovan companies to access capital. So we lack capital in Moldova, and there is a very deep, sophisticated, large pool of capital which is telling that, okay, if you meet our requirements, we would let you to access our capital and diversify your funding structure. So this is very big plus that the country has, and I hope that we will start utilizing it quite actively quite soon.
And last but not least, Gianmarco, ProCredit has been listed for a few years, but not too long. And given the exposure of ProCredit to 10 countries, including obviously the big exposure to Ukraine, as you have mentioned, and you're present in Moldova, present in Georgia, what are your lessons learned? Because you had quite a journey since the start of the war, been battered by investors quite a bit, but then did recover strongly since then.
Good luck, Georgi. That's the only thing I can say. Well, it is a journey. It is a journey that should not be underestimated, particularly for companies which have a mid-cap size, so to say. And there, the bottleneck really is generating enough knowledge, enough enthusiasm for larger investors, but also for retail investors to create the liquidity necessary to really boost the valuation of the stock. And that requires a lot of effort, a lot of focus, a lot of energy, a lot of resources. We just had our Capital Market Day a few days ago. Bayan was our honor guest. And boys, that was an effort to put together. At the end, we pulled it through. But indeed, this is an investment. But I think it's worthwhile doing this investment because it forces the institution to grow up and to become a better version of itself. So, yeah, good luck.
Great, thank you. On this positive note, we finish our panel and we can go ahead with the wine tasting.
So on our panel, those that are not asking a question get a glass of wine.
Sorry, I didn't think that we had the time, but of course the questions are welcome.
Yes, thank you for the questions. And also we have a closing remarks, some closing remarks from Adrian Tănase from the Bucharest Stock Exchange. Anyone has questions? No wine from this time. Thank you very much, all the guests, and thank you. Și pentru a închide acest
In order to conclude, I'd like to give the floor to Adrian Tănase, General Manager for the Bucharest Stock Exchange, to say a few words at the end of this event. Well, everything has been said. There were strong messages. The term of shortcuts has been used. There are a lot of shortcuts in front of us that we have to benefit from. There are shortcuts that Moldova has to converge to the standards of the EU, and one of them is this capital bridge, which is one of the strongest bridges that can exist. This bridge has been initiated by a Moldovan company that is listed in Bucharest. Borcari, congratulations. It's an inspiration how it works on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, and we look to the MAIB listing in Bucharest so that this bridge will be very visible to any Moldovan company that would like to access the capital market. And I'm sure there are many companies that will have an equity story for the investors, both Romanian and foreign, that look to Moldova. And I'm sure that there will be many inspiring stories for the Romanian community. So this is an opportunity both for Moldova and Romanians, and it is also important to give access to the citizens of Moldova to competitive saving products, and here we will work with Mr. Budiansky to create this access for the citizens of Moldova to saving products, liquid shares, bonds, municipal bonds. There must be funds, pension funds, accessible to the citizens of Moldova, and we are open to work with the CNPF in this respect. Thank you for participating, and I hope to meet you again in a new edition of this event with concrete activities. Thank you.
Mulțumim mult, Adrian Tănase.
Thank you, Adrian Tănase. Now we invite you to the tasting of the Purcari wine. Thank you for this edition, and we remain in contact.